fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do. Origin, the thing for that Kusin is still here. Go online right now to lunchshiners.org.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and Fair Volunteer Ambassador. Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. But here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the fair community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more. You're listening to KGM Center Wave High 5 Sports News. The topic set, a South Texas media radio station.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. On Air Force One, President Trump said Iran has asked for more talks.
The people said, please don't shoot last night, the night before, 2 nights. Don't do it. We're having good talks. So we'll see what happens. I think there's a good chance that something can happen. And if it does, good. If it doesn't, we go back to doing what we were doing 2 days ago.
The president says his patience with negotiations is not wearing thin, saying he has plenty of time. The president also says he wants the Senate to pass his voting restrictions bill before leaving for the August recess.
The same act has to be done. He shouldn't leave town. I'm not going to stop him from doing it, but they should get the same act done. If they don't get it done, it's going to be a very bad thing for the party.
The president insists he hasn't even thought about potential replacements for Senate Majority Leader John Thune. The office of 84-year-old Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell released an update on his health, saying he has not yet been medically cleared to leave a rehab facility where he's undergoing physical therapy. McConnell will not be able to attend Kentucky's annual Fancy Farm picnic. Temperatures are rising in the south, and John Weiss at the National Weather Center says it's just cranking up.
With record highs and heat indices above 110 to 115 degrees, and unfortunately it looks like we're just kind of beginning with that as this heat expands from the southern plains and central plains all the way to the southwest into next week.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and new UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham discussed joint drone projects and Ukraine's urgent need for ballistic missile interceptions during a visit to a British naval base.
It was a very warm meeting. I thought I would get on well with him, and I did. We got on very well indeed, and this is going to be a close partnership.
French President Emmanuel Macron is pledging support on a visit to a wildfire zone in his country. This is AP News. A college football leader is under scrutiny.
North Carolina football general manager Mike Lombardi has been placed on administrative leave. The school has not provided any details as to why. Lombardi joined North Carolina football coach Bill Belichick in making the move from the NFL to college when the school hired Belichick in December 2024. A few months later, Lombardi said the goal was to run the North Carolina program similar to an NFL team, saying the Tar Heels consider themselves the 33rd NFL team. North Carolina went just 4-8 in Belichick's first season. The Tar Heels open his second season against TCU in Dublin, Ireland on August 29th. I'm Mike Milton.
Cracker Barrel CEO Julie Mastino is stepping down nearly a year after an attempted rebrand of the chain led to fierce customer backlash. Cracker Barrel announced a simplified logo and other changes that angered longtime fans. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Yesterday, Branch is the guest speaker from the National Weather Service for Tuesday morning, July 28th forecast. Scattered showers will be possible today, with an uptick in shower coverage expected tonight. This weather conditions will also be possible. Winds will be east to northeast in the gentle to moderate range, and they will continue today, with combined seas gradually increasing to around 4 to 5 feet, expect falling back to 3 to 4 feet on Wednesday. The language for hip cones is expected along all routes through midweek. For the latest weather forecast from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUM or .211. Okay, everyone, have a great day.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. It is a Tuesday, July 28th, 3 minutes right now after 6 o'clock in the morning. Streaming live and online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. It is a Tuesday morning with Mornings with Patti, brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Celebrate liberation with Triple J Ford Liberation Celebration. Prices below dealer cost, thousands off retail and F-150s starting at just $39,995. To visit Triple J Ford today, that's customers first. Shop down and relax like you again. Your shopping center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Pat Scenting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor Plus Steel Toe Footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. The Guam covers from super tight to Bobby. GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. During the time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with foldable brands. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credit. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 fuel gas card. Seems like a big piece of fun. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Confident ones, over the last 2 years, we have built strong relationships, opened new doors, and created real opportunities for our island. Those partnerships continue to grow stronger, and together, we are making meaningful progress for Guam. Early voting for 2026 primary elections begins July 9th and runs through July 25th at the Western Prison, Tuesdays through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now it's not the time to lose momentum. The foundation has been laid. The relationships have been built, and opportunities for Guam have never been greater. Your vote will help ensure we continue moving forward together. I humbly ask for your support and your vote. Let's keep building a stronger future for Guam. I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this resolution.
Supported by James Moylan for Congress, David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Hello to analysts. This time we spoke with Democratic candidates, Senator Corey Solaki, Senator Sabina Parrish. Here is your opportunity to hear how they promote each other forward. Watch the conversation on the 105 News Station. Be the neighborhood news. This is a closest Guam radio station.
Talk today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Guam, the Hotel Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Free Chef, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th at Atlanta at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions, teaching professionals, apprenticeships, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit USRA.org for details.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serve those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
What
world champion martial artist Brandon Vera and PJ Jackson have in common with jazz great Patrick Palomo? They all teach Mount Carmel Academy Charter School students. Mount Carmel is now a charter school serving the entire island of Guam. Voted Guam's best school, and it's tuition-free. We begin our 70th year of educating the complete child. Register today. Call 565-5128.
Guam is not heard in Washington. Our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, and food assistance put at risk, and our medical and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they earn. Mary Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally has a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, number 1 on the ballot. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message. Paid for by the Tories for Congress Committee.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly rub, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, a mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up the convertible. You said you'd never stop listening to your music. You said you'd never schedule your life around the stuffed animal. You said you'd never give in to demand. And never put them in harm's way. But never happened. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in a car by themselves. Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, rock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I knew their family vacation as if they had Schreiner's children. My oldest called me saying that Jason got hurt or trauma doctor, names like he needs to go to Schreiner. His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional, he's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do. We're just so thankful that Jason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and fair volunteer ambassador. Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. Here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the fair community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
We're digging into the historic length of the American frontier today to uncover the stunning, true story of ultimate personal independence. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 28th.
One of the greatest feats of endurance in military history belongs to a brave woman named Cathay Williams. In 1866, she disguised her identity to enlist as a buffalo soldier under the false name William Cathay. Standing armed with knives, she successfully marched over 1,000 miles across the brutal western frontier for 2 full years. The secret was only uncovered when her physical health completely collapsed, forcing a pulse surgeon to conduct an emergency diagnostic exam. Her incredible journey stands as a core historical focus of Buffalo Soldiers' Day. When a reporter later asked why she risked it all in the dangerous Wild West, she practically stated she simply wanted to earn her own living and be entirely independent of anybody else.
You know, you think about it, they were dealing with smallpox and how many other illnesses in that time. She was a tough lady.
That's true. Can you imagine the doctor?
What a surprise! They're like, ooh, surprise! We're also celebrating National Milk Chocolate Day and National Water Park Day. I'm always Anderson.
I'm Marlo Anderson with the National Day Calendar. Reminding you, we celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about PairNet. PairNet offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because PairNet is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, PairNet is your best choice. Remember PairNet when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. PairNet.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Winch's Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges, mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve the housing situation, increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
We are for first-time guests and long-time friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and humans. Riverbands and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to fulfill, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Please, at nationalparks.org/all-for-parks.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not when they learn to do it. So by stopping with the education section of your resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 7 million stars. Skills through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage. Because hiring managers who front with skills are 50% more likely to find a successful hire. Skills first. Learn why at TampaPaperFeeling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. Wave 105. The talk of Guam. Growth is needed.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready?
And you've got it tuned in to Learning with Patti.
Hey, 19 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning on a gorgeous Tuesday morning if you like rain and wet hair and wet clothes. But otherwise, you know, Guam, It's like raining across the street kind of thing. But just a little bit of rain up on the north side. You see the dark colors. You see the dark clouds, but in between all of it, there's a beautiful sunrise also happening out of the east. So if you're making your way up north, just know that if you're coming from the north, it's not so bad as you're getting into town. It's a regular warm morning, you know, a little bit of rain, a little bit of sun, a little bit of humidity, a little bit of, you know, it's a good shower. It's a good shower, except for when you've just already showered.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then you kind of like do your hair, and then it gets wet, and then you got to, like, you're searching your car for a clip. That's exactly what's going on with hair today, so I apologize if anybody is looking for nothing, because I give you nothing when it comes to fashion. Nothing whatsoever. But we say good morning to you either way, and I hope you survived yesterday's highly political day, I gotta say. There's like the remnants of that. I don't know how deep it goes, but I do want to pull it off to a different part of that conversation. But first of all, as we say good morning to Dice, I think you and I had like the memo of what summer outfit to rock today. Nice job. Good morning.
Good morning, Hoppity Gorman. Good morning, Jen.
Yeah, good morning to you as well. And so, you know, I was saying over the weekend how interesting. I'm not saying over the weekend, I was saying yesterday. It was just a great weekend. They closed the polling site for early voting, and we're right now just several days in before the primary election is coming up on Saturday. Still a lot of leftover stuff to talk about. Child care front and center in that special session yesterday. And still, again, remnants of what was happening on Saturday, the controversial, depending on the controversial rally, I guess you could say, with Josh and Tina. You know, we spent a lot of time on it yesterday, took a lot of phone calls and interviewed a bunch of people. Most of the people that we talked to yesterday, they were free to call, absolutely free to call. So any perspective was the one that we wanted to entertain. It didn't make any difference. You were upset about it or not upset about it, or you can explain it or don't explain it. The feelings definitely were running pretty high. And it was fueled by the campaign. You know, everybody responded to this the way it was expected to respond. You know, somebody makes a disparaging comment about a very compromised part of our community. In that, persons with disabilities, it seems, are always fighting for the same entitlements that everybody else has, those who don't have disabilities. And we see that in our communities, and the only way that we know how good we're responding is when they get the program delivered to them and the services. And we're finding that's not just the case. So there isn't really anybody who's saying that we aren't trying to do it, or that we fail, or we're short of doing it. But you have to really understand where all of the shortfall is coming from and why this is not a priority until it's a priority, right? We don't, you know, raise your hand if you were running around trying to figure out what services are available to persons with disabilities before Sunday. You know, how much attention did you put on services for the disabled before Sunday? And then how righteous did everybody become because, you know, the camp that is currently in office had somebody who made it from here on their behalf because, you know, Joe Bennett was representing that campaign when he said what he said on the stage. How many of you really were thinking about it? How many of you actually watched the hearings in May when Dan Summerslut showed out and when Angel Blonde came and where a host of others sat before the committee led by Senator Shelley Calvo and co-chaired by Senator now gubernatorial candidate Tony Abbott? How many of you listened to the testimony about what services would be compromised as a result of the cut in funding about $1.8 million? How entitled did you still feel when you were blaming Joe Leno and Josh Scenario and Tina Munoz Barnes for failing to stop the comments from being made on a live stage? And then how many of you, you know, rode that way because you wanted to make sure that everybody politically knew that you were on the right side of the topic. Pretty much everybody. Well, in social media, because sometimes you only gauge the public by how they're speaking on social media because nobody's taking a poll. But by the looks of it, everybody reacted the way they were supposed to react. I would never expect 1 and 3, and the 1 and the 1 and 3 is right. Everybody's kind of going, what do you mean by 1 and 3? Well, he could have meant, because there's only 2 candidates on the Republican gubernatorial side, but there's 3 candidates on the Democrat side. So was the comment aimed at fellow Democrats at a rally for a Democrat? I mean, it seemed a little deaf on the moment to be able to go after fellow Democrats, because in the end, one of those Democrats is going to win, and he's going to need 1 and 3 or 2 and 1 or 2 and 3 to get something going for them, right? So it was a bad idea altogether. Anyway, they all responded the way they're supposed to respond. I don't think I heard anything from the addict. Oh, yeah, we did hear from the Brock campaign. Everybody was denouncing it, as well as everybody should. And like I said, there wasn't any solidarity in the party on defending anybody or finding a little soft spot for the MC. That nobody was thinking that any part of that was a positive. And so we heard it not only from them, but we heard it from their supporters. And we heard it from people who, just like I said, were running on the path that was laid out for them. And I think part of it is definitely in part to a social media influencer who is also an employee of the ADAP campaign, or employee or volunteer, because he works for them. And Mike Nichols is not irrelevant here, because somebody said, he's just irrelevant. Well, I mean, he's not. He's not irrelevant because he's a former congressman, he's a former senator, and he's still working sort of in the government of Guam. And he has influence to back whoever he wants to back. And he has plenty of followers because there are people who really still like Mike Nichols, despite the troubles that he had, not only personally, but the troubles he had while he was in office in the last term. And so, in his outgoing term. And so that's, like I said, everybody behaved exactly the way the book tells them to behave. And some of them were really taking it to the top of the mountain and screaming with the Bible in their hand. And that was a lot of thumping yesterday for everybody's ears to hear and to see and be pleasured by the fact that you're coming after a gubernatorial team that has a pretty good chance of coming into office. Come the primary in August, in less than a week, and then, potentially for the general election. So, excuse me, that was a long episode, let me turn my throat in case you didn't get it. But anyway, we expected everybody to respond to it as they did. The Cherokee Paris camp, being the one, they were the number one. If this was aimed at the Democrats, this was number one on the ballot. They came out and denounced as well as they should. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to do anything else. What I wouldn't have ever expected Teresa Cherokee or Sabina Paris to say is, what a faux pas. Poor guy. He must have been, he must have been freaking out as the words were coming out of his mouth. What about the people who were sitting in the audience? They must poor folks that thought that there was funny to laugh at. And, gosh, we feel for Josh. Said no one ever and will ever in that political arena. And the same thing with Sinatra and Nichols. And everybody sort of gave their resume as to the work that they've done to deal with funding for DFID, or the kind of work that they've done throughout their lives, and Special Olympics, and, that sort of. Chris Barnett made a statement as well. And I think that Chris also, his reaction, also pivoted to a place where I think that this conversation actually should go. And then, of course, on the other side of this was Joe and Dwayne. They both sent out a news release denouncing it as well. I mean, it was clearly low-hanging fruit for these campaigns to be able to do what they did, and we expected that they weren't going to remain silent. So everybody who had a stake in this responded, and they responded the way they were supposed to. So it was no big surprise that this is going to be beating a horse for a while. And I think with the momentum, it was plastered on the front page of the Guam Daily Post, if I'm not mistaken, it was the Daily Post. But it took a second to, in the PDN, that wasn't their lead in the story. It kind of dropped down to something that they felt was more important to the overall public interest. Yeah, PDN leads with GW's $600 million bond borrowing for upgrades, bond refunded. I feel like I've seen that headline for pretty much for different increments throughout my life on Guam that GW is looking for money. And the Daily Post reads, Tenorio Bonds issues apology for after inappropriate comments. And so, yesterday prompted Joe Meno to come out, and everybody knew who he was, to call the station and give a very tearful apology. You couldn't help but feel for the guy, right? And then people were judging the sincerity. The other thing is that people were also judging the timing of it. And I was trying to make the point yesterday, and again, I know this is going to be an offensive remark to MCs all over the planet, but when you are in a situation like that, especially in a large crowd, you're not the guest speaker, and you're not the focus of the event. You're the guy who keeps the rally moving. You get people from one place to another. Nobody's here to hear you opine about government services. Nobody's here to listen to your strategy or listen to your thoughts about anything within the government of Guam. You're the hype guy. So, Joe Meno was a hype guy. And he got up in front of a microphone and he was trying to land a joke. Poorly executed. And apparently well received, so that kind of gives the hype guy a little bit of confidence that people laugh. And so you have to wonder, I didn't go to the rally, and I have no idea, but I have been in scenarios when the MC becomes the background noise. And I know, again, it sounds offensive, but in the scope of what we're talking about, the host, the MC, was an insignificant player. And I'll repeat what I said yesterday. When you're sitting in a large group of people that are part of your campaign and you're discussing strategy and you're discussing, timing and logistics and all that, Joe Meno is probably not sitting front and center at that table. He's probably not the guy that you say, hey, we got to make this crucial decision about this campaign. Let's call Joe Meno. Joe Meno was an MC. And maybe that's been his role in the campaign all of this time. And so he comes in and he makes a statement that blows up everything. Now, everybody's going to blame Joe Meno if Joss and Tina don't win, which I think is a pretty outlandish, dramatic way to look at it. And I would say this about any of those teams. Because I think that each and every one of these candidates that are running for this office bring something to the table. And I would never say that any single one of these candidates in any of these gubernatorial accounts ever said to themselves in a back room, in a front room, or in front of a crowd of anybody, boy, I wish I could find services that will really screw the persons with disabilities on Guam. Oh, I don't like those people. Boy, these kids that are in SPED, I would never assume that anybody, I would honestly put some money on it if I had to, that any of these candidates, Frank Law, Mario Cotto, Tony Atta, E.J. Calvo, Josh, Tina, Joe, and Dwayne. I would never, ever say that any one of these guys ever stood up and said that SPED and DSHID were an issue and a problem and they don't want to fund it. But yet, there was a group of people who thought that not funding it to the degree at which they are enjoying any kind of funding decided that was a priority not to put at the top in this legislature. That in this fiscal year 2027 budget, there have been cuts to DSHID, despite people who stood in line, went to this hearing, which occurred in May, to discuss, this was the oversight hearing that they had, on May 7th. It was an informational hearing on disability services that happened at the legislature. with Senator Shelley Calvo, who's the chair of the Oversight Committee, and Senator Chris Barnett, who also participated in that hearing along with Senator Calvo, and representatives from one representative, executive director from Guam Legal Services, and the Disability Law Center, and that's Dan Summerfleck, who has been a champion of disability issues for years. Jermaine Alerta, who is the executive director of the Guam Developmental Disabilities Council. June De Leon, who is the interim director of theaters at the University of Guam. And they sat before lawmakers and talked about disability rights advocacy, developmental disability programs, research, education, and training, early intervention and special education, workforce development, collaboration to improve services for people with disabilities. And they sat before in this informational briefing, stating the case that they don't have enough money. And when it finally came down to budget time, these hearings, of course, front and center with Senator Chris Duenas, who chairs the Office of Finance and Government Operations, that they, along with Angel Sablon, sat before the senators and talked about all of the shortages, about the federal grant funding, about autism and disability services that are in trouble. And still, in the end, $1.8 million was chopped out of the fiscal year 2027 budget. So, yeah, you can do what you feel like you want to do by, taking Joe Mano as the poster boy for things you're not supposed to say about people with disabilities. And you can absolutely, take Josh and Tim and rake them over the coals because it happened in their front yard. But you ought to still keep a look at the people who were sitting in that debate over the reductions in that $1 million and ask yourself, are you really going to drive as hard as you've worked to find out who to blame, find out why $1.8 million is missing from their budget? So do we really still care about Joe Mano and his comments? Or do we really want to still pivot the conversation to, first of all, retire the use of the short bus? The use of that as to exploit a political campaign is just growth all on its own. And people are hashtagging it everywhere. You become part of the problem when you advance the thought over a hashtag because you want everybody to know that you're standing so firm against it politically that you want to come for the guy that's is opposing your guy. But you still want to exploit the persons with disabilities by keep saying that phrase. So there's that. And then, second of all, maybe you can look at the minutes if you want to. Maybe you can listen to the interviews with people who've had the purse strings and, tie the noose around some of these problems that they were outlining, not only in the informational hearing, but ultimately in the budget hearing, where they talked about business services. And maybe everybody is to blame, not just the one guy who was really the, insignificant chump who apologized for not reading the room, and apparently even in his own home. Bottom of the hour, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be right back.
As Dana recovers from Super Typhoon Bobby, GTA is connected and keep moving. For limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible plans. Or, when you're off to Ukraine and receive up to $300 in account credits. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 service food gas card. So make a difference of lives. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. 37 minutes after 6 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now for your first look at your traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Stop. Schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. That's GuamAutoSpot.com. All right, guys. Let's see what we got on the streets as well. For those of you getting around the northern end of the island, traffic is light. That's going to be along Route 1 this morning. No delays getting around Jazzanero. Looking at Paris Acres coming up and around East. Same zone, 501 Wisconsin. No delays over on that side. Much more traffic is also light. Assungo as well as Penagonic getting around Ukidoo. No delays, folks. Coming around the Microdisc Mall, hitting Upper Teton. We're swinging around Teton or the airport this morning. You will have a smooth drive. It looks like traffic is still light right now. So let's continue to keep your eyes on the road. So make sure you're not texting and driving. And remember, folks, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and flower seats. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105.com, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
Up at Guam, over the last 10 years, we have built strong relationships, opened new doors, and created real opportunities for our island. Those partnerships continue to grow stronger, and together, we are making meaningful progress for Guam. Early voting for 2026 primary elections begins July 9th and runs through July 25th at the Western Region, Tuesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now is not the time to lose momentum. The foundation has been laid. The relationships have been built, and opportunities before Guam have never been greater. Your vote will help ensure we continue moving forward together. I humbly ask for your support and your vote. Let's keep building a stronger future for Guam. I'm James Warren, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Supported by James Warren for Congress, David L. Camacho, Treasurer. The road to Adelaide continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates, House Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvert. Watch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a crisis of Guam radio station.
What do world champion martial artist Brandon Vera and DJ Jackson have in common with jazz great Patrick Toma? They all teach Mount Carmel Academy Charter School students. Mount Carmel is now a charter school serving the entire island of Guam. Voted Guam's best school, and it's tuition free. We begin our 70th year of educating the complete child. Register today. Call 565-5128.
Today, Guam. The Guam Hilton and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, the Rice Taylor Hospitality and Food Service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Island University of Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, operations, and with pastry training. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and sell the Guam hospitality industry. Guam Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org to be there.
Today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Coultoris, Treasurer.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
directed to a Marianas Press article that was breaking actually yesterday. Cyclone found this out about an appointment of a new U.S. attorney for the District of Guam and CNMI. President Trump has nominated Gretchen C.S. Shepard of Virginia. It's a term of 4 years. Her nomination still up for Senate confirmation. The article written in the Marianas Press, she previously served as the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of North Carolina and the U.S. Attorney for the District of the Virgin Islands. And she will replace the long-serving Sean Anderson, who's been the U.S. Attorney for the District Court since, I think, 2018 when he was appointed. Under again, the Chief Judge for the U.S. District Court of Guam, and that's Francis Tardinko Gateway. So we have a little bit of research to do on the nominee and find out what she's all about. But that sort of popped up yesterday, and I'm pretty sure the legal world is looking if anybody's out there and has any information. I'll do a little research on that myself. I'm surprised I hadn't done so already. But I was a little preoccupied this morning, so it's been for the past 24 hours. So it was a thing. I also was perusing through the newspapers this morning, and in the Guam Daily Post, I ran across editorial or a letter to the editor by John Howard. And John Howard, if you have ever followed him, not only in his work that he does for the FSM community, but he's been on the radio for a while because of his representation of the Chukis population and those who are in Guam that have either been born here or migrated here from the FSM. And, what are some of the challenges of migration? What are some of the challenges of kids that are born on Guam as U.S. citizens? And some of the issues that are facing the Chukis community. And he makes a point, and I think it's a really interesting one. You'll join us on the radio in a little while. But the article is Chukis, FSM, U.S. citizens in Guam, our voice, our vote, our future. And he writes that there are about 20%, estimated 20% of the 14,500 FSM population on Guam that are Guam-born children that have now reached the voting age of 18 years or older. That's about 2,900 eligible voters. And when you divide those 2,900 voters among the estimated household, it averages roughly 1 to 3 eligible voters per household. And in plain terms, this means many FSM households in Guam have a strong influence. And so he's saying, come out and vote. They have a strong political voice when all of those households stand together. And those numbers, he says, can be our voice, our future, our voice, our vote, and our vote, our future. And he's trying to get Chukis, FSM, U.S. citizens to vote in this election. He says we have the numbers, or we hold the numbers, to help shape the outcome, when we can influence the future, but only if we show up and vote. And then he also throws in case you forgot, over the weekend, the H.R. 9724, which is the Birthright Citizenship for Territories Act. And he remarks that if this becomes law, then it's clear that automatic U.S. citizenship for children born in Guam after January 1st of 2027 will be in question, if not being unavailable. And that will include children that are born to FSM families living here under Association, which is another reason why people should go out and vote. And he says the decisions made today can affect the future of our children. Absolutely. And it's important that these the FSM community go out there and demand better access to education, to health care, to fair employment, to housing for families. He says, choose leaders who build respect and understanding between the FSM community and the wider Guam community, and who recognize the contributions we make to the island. Let's make our voices heard. If we do not vote, our challenges may remain unaddressed and our voices may be ignored. But if we show up at the polls in strong numbers, Guam's leaders will have to listen to us, work with us, and support our community's growth. The vote is not just a right, it's a tool to build a better future for our children. Let's stand united, exercise our democratic right, and make our voices heard loud and clear. Let's make our vote count and help make Guam a better, more inclusive place for the entire community. Know the candidates and show up to vote. And this is coming from John Howard, who leads a lot of athletic events in his way to try to bridge the FSM community with the Guam community. And he is called, and his byline, a mentor and advocate for responsible and productive free associated state citizens. So, I mean, obviously this is politically, significant because you're talking about someone who has spent so much of his time advocating for there to be peace among these communities. But it's directed to a fact that not a lot of people will take into consideration that Guam-born U.S. citizens in the FM and the Chukis or M/Chukis community should get out the vote. And there's a lot of reason why this is important to those who are within earshot of this campaign to get them to come out and vote. Because in so many areas of our community, a lot of these fellow neighbors and community members or village members don't get a fair shake. And there's a lot of reasons why there's a lot of racism that goes along with this. And excuse me. And the problem is they get a bad rap because there are some of the things that they have done in the past and crimes that they've been committed or have been associated with always makes the headline. If you see a group of gang of guys that are hanging out in front of a store, or they're drinking in their back alley, or they're causing trouble in the neighborhood, or there's domestic violence issues, people just blanketly say, "That's the Chukis," and causing trouble on the street. And it may be Chukis, it may not be Chukis, but it's the local guys that are drinking, and so they earn this reputation of drinking a lot, causing trouble, and getting arrested, and then in some cases, the conversation always turns to, by a very ignorant community, that anybody who comes from the FSM, specifically from Chuk, and causes trouble on Guam should be deported. Like, just deport them, as if they weren't United States citizens. Where are you sending them? They're Americans. Where are you sending them? So, when you have that many, like he's pointing out, when you have that many of them who've migrated or come from migrated families under the compact, you're talking about citizens that are entitled to live here and be entitled to all of the benefits that are given. And so you've got to stop and wonder whether actually they do. Do they always get a fair shake? And do they always have an outlet to make that a point? I am convinced that there is some Chukis cook, chef in the kitchen at some of these most famous restaurants that knows all the recipes. Because they work in these kitchens and make these foods because they're for hire. They're doing jobs that a lot of folks really don't want to do, especially when it comes to like kitchen help. These are jobs that they can get and they're bare minimum jobs that you can find inside an establishment, and they work in these kitchens, and they work themselves up into, leadership, and then they take over. I've seen it many times, that they end up going to GCC, Culinary Academy, and graduate and find themselves in a prominent position in some of these kitchens, and I swear they've got to know all of the rest. They must even know the secret ingredients in all the KFC chicken. Or they know what's in the special crossover capricciosa. But it is true. I mean, it's absolutely true that there's a representation for a community that is largely frustrated that they always get a bad rap. And if you see a bunch of, a group of people who look like they're from the islands, and we know who they are because they're speaking the language, we know what Chickie sounds like. We couldn't tell the difference between accents in all of the FSN community and states. But we know the Chickie's accent, and we even know some words. And I do remember that Teresa Philippin, who used to be the consul general for the FSN consul's office, was tremendously frustrated at the time that she spent here, because she thought it was very unfair. These are probably things that she wouldn't say necessarily out and stand on a soapbox and scream it out to the public. But in several occasions where I tried to get her on radio to talk about it, she was completely frustrated that Chickies were always taking the blame for things. And she thought it just drove a larger wedge, no matter how many people work to try to make these communities merge. And I'm not these communities and the FSM, I'm talking about people who live in Guam, the communities in the Filipino culture, and the folks that Chamorro culture, that they all live in these same villages and they're all neighbors. And if anything goes wrong, have you ever heard that when it goes wrong, it becomes really racist and gross? So I think with the numbers that he's putting out there, I'm talking about John Howard, with the numbers that he's putting out there encouraging civic participation, this is very effective. And it doesn't make any difference what their political affiliation is. He just wants eligible citizens to get out there and vote, which is a very positive message to a community that has long thought that there's nothing they could do because nobody would listen, and get the attention of some of these elected officials who will probably pay attention to communities that participate in elections. If you see that there's an organized voter base, they will play to that. So, if we're talking about 14,500 FSM residents that live on Guam, with an average household they're assuming to be at 7, that means that there should be 2,900 Guam-born voters that have the ability to sway an election if they absolutely wanted to. Of course, these are estimates. They're not like voter registration or verified voter registration data. The actual number, I guess we have the actual number of registered voters, could be different, and it could be significantly different. But to the point that he's making about H.R. 9724, this is probably the strongest political point that he could make in this article, because everybody, larger numbers of the 2,900 who are voters, will be affected in the future, especially if you've got somebody who is currently pregnant with a due date past January 1st of 2024. That if Congress were ever to pass H.R. 9724, which is basically denying birthright citizenship to anybody born here and in the CNMI and in the Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico, if it were to survive the court challenges, children born here after its effective date could lose automatic statutory U.S. citizenship. And that would naturally concern many families that are under the Compact of Free Association with children who were born on Guam, because they wouldn't be entitled, which is the reason why many migrate here. It's because a compact, an agreement between the United States and the freely associated states says if you're born on any of this soil, then your citizenship is guaranteed, and you will be entitled to everything that you are, that American citizens are entitled to. but it's just a proposal at the moment, and it faces some pretty significant legal and constitutional questions and backlash. And then the political obstacles are all there before it becomes law. But as we're all thinking about it, that community in itself should probably be more concerned about it, since they have a compact that allows them to come, and that would cease. And that would also drive a huge wedge even further into a relationship with the freely associated states, who, when we were negotiating the current compact agreement, we saw, when it was Trump's first time in office, we saw how he invited all of the leaders from the freely associated, from the FAS, to come to Washington, where they met personally with him, the closest of his aides, being courted on the compact because they knew they needed the FAS in this strategic area, and he needed to get on the good side of these leaders. One who was just, I think it was Rich, who was just, elected and barely took office before he was called to Washington to sit before the president and listen to them say how much they loved him, while coming through the back window was China, saying, hey, look over here. We got things, we got money, we got plans, we got development. Every man, woman, and child in this area will be recipients of Chinese money. And it was dangerous enough for them to take it seriously. So would you take 2,900 votes seriously? Several of those votes could sway. Many of those votes could sway a very close election. So John Howard will join us, and we'll talk a little bit about what compelled him to do that. But now we got to get into the AP News, which is happening right now. We are King GUMFM and Danny DeGuan.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. Seattle Mayor says a suspect arrested after a shooting that killed 3 people at a food festival is 15 years old. Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes says they're looking for a second suspect. Investigators believe the two were shooting at each other.
In Seattle, the problem of gun violence is worsened by small groups. We have small groups that appear to be at odds with each other, and in our city, 0.01% of the population is connected to 52% of our shootings, most of which are young people.
2 people died at the scene of the Bite of Seattle. A third died at a hospital. A trial is underway in Massachusetts for a woman accused of killing her 3 young children. Here's the AP's Lisa Dwyer.
Lindsay Clancy's lawyer, Kevin Reddington, says Clancy was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her 3 young children, ages 5 and under, and then tried to kill herself, saying that charging Clancy is a referendum on postpartum psychosis and depression.
He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case,
directing his comments at the prosecution.
And he knew, when he brought this charge, that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman.
Clancy, a former labor and delivery nurse, had sought care from experts and had checked into a psychiatric hospital 19 days after she was discharged.
They were silent, deliberately and meticulously.
District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
One by one, she got exercise cams around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless.
The trial is expected to take several weeks. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Carly Simon says she has Parkinson's disease. The 83-year-old singer tells the AP she found out about having Parkinson's after being treated for skin cancer. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. Lawyers for social media influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate and prosecutors in Miami are scheduling a UK extradition fight.
To look at a schedule for the potentially months-long process of fighting extradition to the UK, where the brothers are accused of rape and sex trafficking. A date for a bond hearing and other legal details will likely be set. The dates are being held in several detentions across the street from the courthouse, and their attorneys say they're not planning to be there. The brothers have consistently denied allegations of abuse and human trafficking, claiming their violent and misogynistic statements have been taken out of context. I'm Charles Ledesma.
Federal prosecutors have moved to dismiss a charge by next month against a labor union leader, David Huerta, who was arrested while protesting against the Trump administration immigration crackdown in California. If Huerta continues to comply with his pretrial release terms. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Good day, this is Josh Wilson from the National Weather Service to Tuesday morning, July 28th forecast. Scattered showers are possible today, as an uptick in shower cover is expected tonight. Isolated thunderstorms will also be possible. Winds will be east to northeast in the gentle to moderate range, and they will continue today, with combined speeds gradually increasing to around 4 to 5 feet, before falling back to 3 to 4 feet on Wednesday. A low risk of victories is expected along all waves through midweek. For the latest weather forecast from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUN or dial 211. Hope everyone has a great day.
Good morning and welcome back. Morning with Patti right here. This is the Wave 105 FM. We have 3 minutes after 7 o'clock. It is a Tuesday, July 28th. We are streaming online at thewave105.com as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM. On the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. VTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations. Turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our Iris, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, celebrate liberation with Triple J Ford Liberation Celebration. Prices below dealer cost, thousands off retail in F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Again Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch, tinting, and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Storage, your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel-toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories. Continue. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back to Morning with Patti on the Wave 105 FM.
The road to Adelaide is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Marina Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Half a day, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Flores, Treasurer.
Second look at the traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. That's guamautospot.com. All right, folks, let's see what we got going up on the southern end of the island. It looks like traffic is light along Route 4 in Aloha and Molo, up and around Epan as well as Taupopo. You will have a nice and smooth ride through there. Dortmund and Salem Pago traffic is just as light. Ordog, Sinahani, cruising through Hagana this morning. West O'Brien Drive, Anigua, Aspen, as well as Speedy, north and southbound traffic is beginning to pick up. Momo and Kotu Mountain traffic is also light, as well as our friends getting around Tumuni, Tumon, or Lower Tumon this morning. Hamburger Road. That's going to be in Harmon. It looks like we do have some traffic developing around East Harmon this morning. So just a heads up over on that side. Aside from that, let's just keep our eyes on the road. Traffic is light this morning. No texting and driving. And remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. We are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Patti, Guam, over the last 2 years, we have built strong relationships, opened new doors, and created real opportunities for our island. Those partnerships continue to grow strong, and together, we are making meaningful progress for Guam. Early voting for 2026 primary elections begins July 9th and runs through July 25th at the Western Museum. Tuesdays through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now is not the time to lose momentum. The foundation has been laid. The relationships have been built, and opportunities before Guam have never been greater. Your vote will help ensure we continue moving forward together. I humbly ask for your support and your vote. Let's keep building a stronger future for Guam. I'm James Foreman, a candidate for Congress, and my team is present.
Report by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer. When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Duenas passed the Mileage Act to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting so many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing through the additional dwelling unit and advanced nitrate bills. And now he is authoring his second balanced budget that protects essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Duenas. He's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Local gas to cover. After July 31st, mobile schools and members can enjoy a free 6-day Subway deliveries with every mobile fuel at $30 cash at any Guam local station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer way. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a mobile cloud card at any location and register today. Mobile, one Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is the moment we give the children with cancer everything. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments that their lives are right. Learn more at stjude.org.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serve those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The road to Annalee continues. This time, we sit down with Republican senators. Vice Speaker Tony Adams and EJ Provo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Once a week is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
over. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, go ahead. Oh, okay. Oh, did you tell him what I said? Is that what happened? Oh, yeah. That's okay. Well, we're just going to let you know that the primary election is coming up on August 1st. If you did not know already, and there's a list of polling sites, and you probably know where they are. I don't think that there's been many major changes. Like the last time, we had a few changes where people were going to their polling site, and they were no longer at that polling site, that they had to move over to another one. What happened was they actually allowed you to continue to vote at the spot where you showed up. And what they do is they allow you to vote, producing all your information. They allow you to fill out a ballot, and then they take that ballot and they store it away for when, opening hours after the election. You go there and you let them know that you voted at this one place, and they'll call you and they'll, verify that you might have should have voted, and that vote will count toward the actual precinct that you were supposed to vote in. But they'll take your vote. They're not going to deny anybody a vote. It's like a provision, right? You take the vote, you go ahead and take the ballot, and then you've got to prove whatever the issue was that allowed you to vote. You have to prove the information that's available, or that you were even on the voter rolls at all. If you show up and you never registered to vote, they're gonna err on the side of caution and allow you to vote anyway, and then they'll figure it out later. And I don't know what the rate of the error is for all of this stuff. Like, I don't know, but they allow you the opportunity to correct whatever situation that caused any kind of confusion, and then the vote will be forwarded to the district, the precinct where it was supposed to be counted, and all of that stuff. So, even if you have a question, they'll look at it and figure it out and let you know. Eventually, and eventually you're going to find out either way. So it is now 7:16 in the morning, and welcome to the program. Appreciate everybody who has joined us this morning. So I was talking about Virginia. I'm sorry, her name isn't Virginia. Her name is Gretchen C.F. Shepard. She's been appointed to be the U.S. Attorney for the CNMI and for Guam. And this is an appointment made by Trump that will stay for about 4 years. That's the term. And I think the only thing that you can wonder about with Gretchen Shepard isn't, her attitudes toward different types of crimes that she's prosecuted in her time in the Virgin Islands. It is, it is whether or not she'd be willing to go with the change of administration. Is she going to, chain herself to the pole and not leave because she didn't want to resign? That's the only thing that I really could find. Any kind of thing that I could find on her was back when the 2021 election. And usually in elections where the administration comes in, and like it's a continuance of that administration, that the cabinet or members that have been appointed by the president, or those who have jobs that are, that clearly had to get some sort of confirmation for, they give you a courtesy resignation. This is so that you don't have to fire them. Everybody knows that when there's a transition of administrations, that people who were there under that administration will say, listen, we know I'm not the guy for you because you already got your own guy, so we'll give this courtesy resignation. So they have to be fired. She, on the other hand, did not want to go, and I think that was the only thing I could find about her. Any kind of controversy. There's nothing in there that said there were any issues having to do with her reputation, other than she refused to resign under Joe Biden. When he took office, after he took office in 2021, the Justice Department told all of the Trump-appointed attorneys to offer their resignation, as is typical There's just really nothing to it. And people who are there temporarily, when this administration changes, I don't know who, if this administration continues with Josh Tenorio, I don't know who's going to pick and choose to be his people or stay, and will definitely move in that direction of people resigning because Keith Salahi will take over, or Frank Bloss will take over, or Joe will take over, or Tony will take over, and they're all going to come in with their own people. So, the right thing to do, which is how transitions work, is everybody peacefully leaves, and then you fill your people in, and then all is right with Rome. And so that didn't happen with her. She was the district attorney for the Virgin Islands. She did not want to step down when she was asked to step down, so she stayed in that office until her successor was confirmed like a year later. It wasn't illegal, and apparently it wasn't even unprecedented. I'm pretty sure that they've had some staunch folks that are, hanging on to the pole, with their fingers clenched and not wanting to split. This became a political story, but there's nothing illegal about it. It was just frowned upon, right? In transitional governments, it's just frowned upon. But nonetheless, what I'd heard about her, which could have something to do with how we do things on Guam, is that she's pretty tough. She's a pretty tough prosecutor when it comes to drugs. Her policies are pretty aggressive. She's known for taking a hard line on drug crimes and opposing efforts to reduce sentences for certain crack cocaine offenses retroactively. Critics have said these policies contribute to disparities in sentencing, but supporters of her say this is all about public safety. It's not releasing these criminals back into the community when they've served some time. And at various times, she's been taken to task for focusing heavily on drug prosecution and not pursuing some high-profile public corruption or white-collar crimes or investigations, not aggressively enough. And she's sort of taken a soft spot for some reason. But those criticisms apparently are just on people who have an opinion about it. But there has never been anything that suggests that she's done any wrongdoing. And if she's appointed to Guam, I asked the question, what could this mean? And she will be handling all of the federal crimes. Of course, the local crimes, unless they're connected, a federal and a local crime are connected, then, it plays out on between the AG's office on Guam and the U.S. Attorney's office. But anyway, apparently her background will suggest that she'll take a harder line on violent crime and gangs, which, in all of your time on Guam, have you heard of, organized gangs? Like you might see in some of the, urban cities or urban areas of the U.S., in larger cities. In fact, I think at one point when we talked to police officers about gangs on Guam, they said there's a lot of gang wannabes, like they act, they dress, but they don't really commit any of these, huge, crimes that you might find in the larger cities. But maybe these gangs just, the night stalkers that they have in some places in Dedido, they're not necessarily an organized crime, a gang of that commit crimes around the community. But anyway, either way, violent crimes, including drug trafficking networks, like she's really big on. And so you will see that maybe there will be a larger focus on Guam's federal prosecutions as they relate to drugs and gang-related federal drugs. You're nodding, yes. Yes, we have a drug problem. I'm kind of, a little happy about that. Clean up our streets a little bit. Not that, they're not doing a great job, but, sometimes a little extra, help. It's not a great thing. Yeah. She has a reputation as a tough prosecutor on narcotics cases, and that she could really take an aggressive pursuit of methamphetamine because of aggression and fentanyl trafficking. We gotta get there. We're running out of. What is it? The Narcan, we're out. That stuff goes gone in a week. You know, they used to tell us like, oh no, you put like 50 Narcan tablets in a week, and we're like, bruh, that's gone in the first day. We got a problem, so maybe we could use a little extra help. So, you know, it happens. In Virginia, she supervised the Justice Department's Indian violent and cybercrime programs. So, cyber fraud, right? Let's go. The scam, any of the online exploitation that we see, you might get yourself checked because she's coming for you. And then I think that one of the biggest issues that we have on Guam definitely is national security and definitely this military buildup. And so anything that is linking her office to cases that are of national security or there's issues with the buildup, you've got procurement fraud that she'll probably take a harder look at. And then any crimes that affect the military bases and the installations here. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of political roles that she'll take in local government, as in trying to influence or trying to throw the book or whatever comes along with this, but it definitely could affect any public corruption. We've had several of those cases drive through the district court here, which includes the use or misuse of federal funds. That's always a question here. People are wondering, because we get so much money from the federal government, are we procuring the right way? Is there fraud in procurement for these companies that are doing work under the military construction? And of course, always a big thing is healthcare, and where it comes to Medicare, and the kinds of fraudulent behavior you might find in there. But one of the other bigger problems that we have on Guam is what everybody has been working to try to eliminate from our shores or our borders, and that's human trafficking. Human trafficking and immigration problems that people have. We see in a lot of cases, in some cases on Guam, where you'll have somebody who gets into trouble, they'll be convicted, and then they'll be deported back to their home country, unless they're U.S. citizens, and that doesn't happen. And then they've been able to come back in using a different name. Sometimes they don't make it through the airport security, but they will definitely sail in from borders. There was a rash of them doing so with Gideon and other beaches. They would roll up to the coastline, and all of the passengers would spill into the water, and then there was a car waiting for them. So the crackdown on that. They managed, of course, we don't see a lot of those cases happening anymore. There was a mass exodus of construction workers out of Saipan a couple of years ago. They had nowhere to go. Their visas were expiring. They couldn't go home because they had no money. And so they just decided to jump on these boats and try to make their way across from Saipan to Guam. But again, it doesn't look like there's any kind of concern I'm just talking about the impact of this on Guam. Unless you're a drug dealer, a human trafficker, or you're trying to fraud the government out of military contracts, then she's going to be here to ruin your day. But she's largely, praised for having been an experienced prosecutor for decades. But those who don't care for her don't like her aggressive policies on some of the prosecutions, like I said, and policies, I guess, on drugs and gang-related crimes. What they also don't like about her, I think, is the one thing that made her known in the U.S., because nobody would have been doing that in the Virgin Islands, but she was hanging on to the last that she could when they asked her to resign, when Trump came in and she decided didn't do it. So, maybe she was frowned upon then, but that was in 2021. For Guam, there's not any practical question about her ability and who she is politically, because we all know what she is politically. She's a Trump appointee. She's part of the Department of Justice, which says a lot for the fact that these people that come into our district court are here because they've been appointed. And you see somebody like Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood, who was originally appointed by the Bush administration, retained throughout the entire Obama administration under Democrat leadership, and remained through the Biden administration. And now, in Trump 2.0, she's survived the past couple of years at the helm at the U.S. District Court. But the only thing we're changing out right now is Sean Anderson. He's been doing this job for many, many years. He still, again, has to go through Senate confirmation, so I guess we'll see what that looks like when that happens. But, okay, right now we're going to go ahead and take a break. It's 7:30-ish. Here on Mornings with Patti. Be right back.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. Seattle Mayor Katie Hill says a suspect arrested after a shooting that killed 3 people at a food festival is 15 years old. Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes says they're looking for a second suspect. Investigators believe the 2 were shooting at each other.
In Seattle, the problem of gun violence is worsened by small groups. We have small groups that appear to be at odds with each other, and in our city, 0.01% of the population is connected to 52% of our shootings, most of which are young people.
2 people died at the scene of the Bite of Seattle. A 3rd died at a hospital. The trial is underway in Massachusetts for a woman accused of killing her 3 young children. Here's the AP's Lisa Dwyer.
Leslie Clancy's lawyer, Kevin Reddington, says Clancy was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her 3 young children, ages 5 and under, and then tried to kill herself, saying that charging Clancy is a referendum on postpartum psychosis and depression.
He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case,
directing his comments at the prosecution.
And he knew, when he brought this charge, that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman.
Clancy, a former labor and delivery nurse, had sought care from experts and had checked into a psychiatric hospital 19 days after she was discharged.
They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously.
District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
One by one, she brought her hands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless.
The trial is expected to take several weeks. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Carly Simon says she has Parkinson's disease. The 83-year-old singer tells the AP she found out about having Parkinson's after being treated for skin cancer. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. Lawyers for social media influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate and prosecutors in Miami are scheduling a UK extradition fight.
To work out a schedule for the potentially months-long process of fighting extradition to the UK, where the brothers are accused of rape and sex trafficking. A date for a bond hearing and other legal details will likely be set. The cases are being held in federal detention across the street from the courthouse, and their attorneys say they're not planning to be there. The brothers have consistently denied allegations of abuse and human trafficking, claiming their violent and misogynistic statements have been taken out of context. I'm Charles Ledesma.
Federal prosecutors have moved to dismiss a charge by next month against a labor union leader, David Huerta, who was arrested while protesting against the Trump administration immigration crackdown in California, if Huerta continues to comply with his pretrial release terms. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Morning to Patti on the wave 105 FM. We're going to go ahead and hit the street right now. This will be your 3rd look at your traffic report. This is being brought to you by Guam Auto Stop. And you could schedule a test drive. All you got to do is give us a call at 473 Auto. Or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website if you head to GuamAutoSpot.com. All right, friends, let's see what we got on traffic this morning. It looks like Governor Camacho Road this morning, Governor Carlos Camacho Road, that is. That's going to be along Route 30 this morning. It looks like traffic is light getting around Baton, Oka Palos, or around St. Anthony's. Light and smooth drive through there. South in San Antonio is nice and clear this morning. And for our friends in Lower Tejon, you're going to have a smooth ride through Lower Tejon. A little delay this morning up and around Crown Plaza. Just prepare yourselves for that. And for our our friends getting up and around. We're looking at Happy Landing this morning, and for those that are hopping on the Hamburger Road, that will get you into Hong. And for those of you trying to get around Daniel this morning, you're going to find a little traffic over on that side, as well as Niguan. That's going to be coming around the Micronesian Mall on West Marine Court Drive in Daniel. Aside from that, it looks like traffic is still light this morning. Traffic is moving nicely. Let's continue to just watch our speed limit. Make sure we're keeping our eyes on the roads, not on phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. And remember, friends, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. You'd also like to allow braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. Let's allow some braking distance and try not to drive too close to one another. Aside from that, we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Tuesday morning. This is your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot. Again, folks, that test drive is at 478 Auto, as well as our inventory on our website if you go to GuamAutospot.com.
The Road to Auto is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Maria Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Next, the full conversation took place on May 26th on the Wave 105 Speeches Channel. This is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school you can't attend most days, the breakfast you didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, a mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. They're all connected. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Plus app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up for $30 drop at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy start. Roll up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Plus card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, great deal for the seller. See store for details.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years, 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. As James Moylan, re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer. When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Duenas passed the Mileage Act to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing through the additional dwelling unit and advanced nitrate bills. And now he is offering his second balanced budget that protects essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Duenas, who's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message. As a parent, you said you'd never give up the convertible. You said you'd never stop listening to your music. You said you'd never schedule your life around the stuffed animal. You said you'd never get into the night. And never put them in harm's way. Right now, but never happens. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in the car by themselves. Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by Nixon and the Ad Council.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodward. My family and I started the Bob Woodward Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodward Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face, and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve the housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodfoundation.org/success.
Drum Talk, the Booth, and Stephen Forrest. 105, The Talk of Love. Oh, 41, there it is. Okay, sorry, I'm just kind of, okay, just got a message this morning, came in last night. John Ryan from the governor's office sends us a note that there has been a decision that was made on the request to declare Guam a federal disaster after Typhoon Sinlaku, and the answer is no. The letter comes from David Arnold, who's the acting associate minister for the Office of Response and Recovery. Reads like this: Dear Governor Guerrero, this is in response to your May 18, 2026 request for a major disaster declaration for the territory of Guam as a result of Super Typhoon Sinlaku during the period of April 11th through April 18th, 2026. You specifically requested individual assistance limited to the Individuals and Households Program, public assistance, and hazard mitigation for the entire territory of Guam. The June 30th, 2026 Major Disaster Declaration, FEMA 4921-DR, authorized public assistance for the entire territory of Guam. The damage to the infrastructure was significant in the areas designated for public assistance. However, it has been determined that the designation of the hazard mitigation grant program is not warranted. Therefore, your request for hazard mitigation for the territory of Guam is denied. This denial may be appealed within 30 days after the date of this letter, which is dated July 8th. This appeal, along with additional information justifying it, should be submitted. Okay. So, why do I feel like this? Why did we feel? Let me see. We've already heard about this. I feel like this has been okay.
This came in overnight. Okay. The hazard mitigation program let me sort of look at it because there was some. It's much different for FEMA when you're asking for like a specific assistance from FEMA. And I think during the bigger typhoons like Maiwa, there was, everybody got a little bit of something for some reason or another. And this is to make sure that your house is fortified in the event of another disaster that occurs. And so when you apply for FEMA recovery assistance, that you go on a website or they have representatives who are standing by here for individual assistance, and that means stuff like if you were displaced from your home and you need like rental assistance, that they'll give you a certain amount of money based on the rent that you pay in the place that's been destroyed. They'll give you extra money for about a 3-month period in the event that you've got to live someplace, and they offer you funding so that you can go and get emergency food, or you can replace clothing and bedding and that sort of anything that's having to do with you personally. They will fund through this individual assistance program. The problem is that a lot of things they won't cover for individual assistance, and there are too many rules. There's a lot of rules that you have to follow, especially if you're a homeowner and you have insurance for these projects, for these kinds of things anyway, which some insurance companies don't offer for individual assistance to recover from a typhoon. But the part about it was during Maiwa, what they were doing is that you can apply to fortify your home. Window blew in, and so they'll get you new windows. And then at some point they even will cover the loss from inside the house caused by the windows being blown out. And I think I reached out to the governor to ask her if she could sort of clarify for us. But the hazard mitigation part of it is when the president makes a disaster declaration, like a typhoon. This funding comes typically from FEMA to Civil Defense or Homeland Security, and then they administer. And most of what they do, and all of what they do, is basically to strengthen public buildings and schools and hospitals and repair drainage systems and other areas like, I guess maybe part of it would be a seawall, and maybe even, to the very large extent is, installing emergency generators and the like into some of these critical services, or even, according to this one, acquiring repeatedly flooded properties and converting them into open space. And stormwater issues and the things that we suffered during Typhoon Sinlaku, and then again in Bavi, was probably something that they needed, especially for these seawalls. Because this is one of the projects that it would have covered, and that would be rebuilding and strengthening damaged seawalls. And these areas that are prone to flooding in the villages. And also assessing any kind of issues in the emergency shelters. So this is largely money that they will cover for the damage to fortify the building, and that is in case there's another typhoon. And what will happen to a lot of places, which apparently is going to happen now if you don't appeal, is that they will, there have been places like during Maiwa that suffered damage, and like the schools, for example. Some of these schools suffered some pretty big damage. There were 47 schools that applied for FEMA aid, but about 14 of them never gave or documented the work. So they were rendered ineligible by, can you call her, by the way? Yes. Okay. They were rendered ineligible for FEMA funding that was approved for hazard mitigation from Sinlaku, about $750,000, with 27 schools that might have been, or 20-some schools that might have been eligible. That's not a whole lot of money. So what happens with these 14 schools that were damaged, who couldn't make a claim because they didn't document the damage, and then rendering them ineligible, whatever damage they suffered during that typhoon was never fixed. So when the next typhoon hits, that is going to be the same situation where you're just beating down on damaged facilities already. And then the next typhoon that comes, which would have been Bobby, offers complete destruction. And so there's no money locally for hazard mitigation. We rely heavily on FEMA for this to happen. And so it just puts us in a really horrible place in that we have to find the funding now that we have been denied for this kind of hazard mitigation funding. They did give people individual assistance. Then again, you had to go to FEMA and you had to fill out all the papers to make some claims. A lot of people were receiving claims for like food and relocation, but hazard mitigation not going to be the thing. Governor Lilian Gregg is joining us on the line this morning. Good morning, Governor. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks, Patty.
Yeah, I want to ask you. Maybe this is not a political question, but this is an administrative question. Between, FEMA and its denial of the hazard mitigation program, there are critics who say that's because of the funding that FEMA, that we were getting from FEMA during a time in the current administration where there were controversial issues surrounding FEMA and their decisions not to reimburse Guam. Does any part of this fall into that controversy that FEMA's not offering money for hazard mitigation?
You mean like nationwide?
No, just Guam Homeland Security.
Those not relations. Those are the different issues. The ones that we requested are related to disasters. SMG was denied, and also the IRA, the individual assistance, was denied,
Okay, so that, I was just making the worst possible scenario here is that there were buildings that were destroyed or that came close to it, and we didn't have the money back then for Sulaku, right? This is just for Sulaku. Now we've had Bobby, which compounds the problem because it never got fixed, and now we don't have any hazard mitigation money to help out these facilities. What happens to those facilities if you don't appeal? And Guam is...
Those facilities, if they needed to be repaired, would be repaired with the local funds that were appropriated for Typhoon Sulaku, and now they're discussing Typhoon Bobby, right? So those buildings were repaired, and then what FEMA does is it reimburses us for those costs. So if they don't reimburse us, then it's absorbed to the general fund. Yeah.
Well, and this also affects our seawall. Twice we have had issues with.
Well, the seawall, I think, is with the public assistance with facilities. So with public assistance, we did get approved for public assistance. So I think that is next under the facilities. We're not too sure. But as far as the seawall one, we're appealing both of them, Patty. And, even some of our FEMA partners here were saying appeal because they think that we might have a chance when we appeal it. So we are.
We all know that mitigation and all the money that's invested in mitigation, in a number of studies where it talks about, these future disasters, that we tend to recover faster if we have these we have this mitigation intact. And is this going to, I'm worried about the next typhoon where we have,
it's sort of like a good thing and a bad thing to be denied, right? You're denied because they didn't think that we reached the threshold for the hazard mitigation, which you could say, we've hardened our structures, we've hardened our roads, we've hardened our areas so that we can withstand typhoons so we can recover better and quicker, right? That's the positive part. negative part, of course, is that we still need funds to continuously solidify and fortify our structures, our roads, our sea line, our sea coast, and so forth. And so hazard mitigation is just that. They give you the money so that you mitigate whatever the risks are, so you can contain the damages the next time around.
Why would they deny us? Was the
there's a threshold. I think it's a value estimated cost. If it's not a certain amount of money or expenses, then they deny it, yeah. Okay. But we can enter individual cases, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, is this having to do with the island-wide assessment businesses and government building assessment that was...
No.
So there's just
the island-wide assessment, right, Patti, we got businesses, public sector and stuff. Island-wide assessment is primarily related to the public assistance. So when we get the cost of damages from the business sector or the private sector in general, nonprofit organizations and so forth, we put that in together with our government assessments and stuff, and we submitted as a rule. And we did go beyond, we reached above the threshold for public assistance. That's why we were approved.
Okay. And so I guess what people want to know is if we don't have the funding for hazard mitigation for future storms, are we prepared for future storms in these government facilities or the school shelters? Or people can they still be confident that they're going to be protected?
Yeah, because we go ahead and improve it. Like, for example, if the school's generator or water tank, right, or any of the structures in the school were damaged and it was not allowed for repair from FEMA, we still have to fix it regardless if FEMA gets the money or not, because we have to continue on with the operations and the functions of the school. And so we continue on to make it a structure that can, again, address the challenges of future storms.
So the appeal, give me the second opportunity. What would be different about the appeal? Will be addendums to the request?
There will be more justification, more documents maybe that need to be submitted. Yeah.
Okay. Governor, I'm pretty sure that you've been watching, probably seeing and horrified when a political camp, granted he's part of your current administration, but when a political camp, suffers a blow to its, sort of reputation by a faux pas that happened at the week of the primary election, everybody knows what that feels like. I'm not a candidate who wouldn't want to be in a situation that Argentina might be in now. I kind of, like I said this morning, I said yesterday, this is, everybody reacted. All of the camps reacted the way that we expect them to react. I mean, they're all challenging to, so everybody's political about it, and so is the public. But what I want to know is, bottom line is you're only as good as what you have done toward the effort in your entire career, and I think Josh and Tina can stand by their reputation and their resume on what they've done for DISID and for persons with disabilities. In the fiscal year 2027 budget, I see that there was argument in the informational briefing and argument on the floor when they were talking about DISID in the budget. There's about $1.8 million that is taken out from that budget. Is that going to compel you to even further your resolve to veto the budget bill?
Yes, I'm looking about this very closely, Patti. And you're absolutely right. Political years, election years, everybody's going to, make their statements. And I just want to say I think the Josh and Tina campaign has addressed it very well. They have reaffirmed their values and their principles about helping the people of them, especially the vulnerable, the marginalized, the individuals only because this budget that was passed and given to me does decrease by, I think, $2 million, and it will affect the individuals with disabilities in this area. It will affect the funds for the stipends of the program that the district has stood up, which pays people that take care of individuals with disabilities at the home. And when we stood up this program, I think it's called the home program. When we stood up this program, people need family and relatives to care of their loved ones, and they were given a stipend for it. It really expanded very, very quickly and very rapidly. But it's not being funded efficiently by this budget. The other one that is also impacted is the adult care centers, which was again established under our administration, and these are the centers that take care of those individuals with disabilities that can't work and have to stay home, and they bring them to the center, and it gives a lot of respite from the caretakers, and also it gives this individuals with disability a place to socialize and to meet with friends and to have some environmental outside experience not just in the home. So these are very important programs that need to be continued, and this budget doesn't fully fund it to what it needs to be funded to provide the service completely to the individuals with disabilities. So I know that Josh has been very instrumental and influential in moving these programs forward.
They're right now considering your, emergency bill that would extend the fiscal year 2026 funding. How do you think the conversation is going to gauge whether or not you're going to come up against, a close vote? Or, a vote that would provide some funding but not all? Where are you in your review of that question?
I know that they are continuing the oversight the committee of the whole sessions where they bring in people to get the information that they need to make the decision, right? And I know as we continue on these sessions, they'll have more estimates and better accuracy of data to support the request for the appropriations that I'll ask them to address in the special session. And so, very critical, one of them, of course, is funds for Patti and Bobby. And the other big thing is the child care centers and payments for the child care program, which is very crucial, again, because it addresses the program that would allow parents to drop their kids in centers to be with them while they go to work, and it allows them to go to work and at work be comfortable that the kids are being taken care of at very certified qualified centers. And the government, the federal grant that they've been getting doesn't completely cover the expenses and the cost of the end of the fiscal year. So that's what is being requested, is to provide for the shortfall to the end of the fiscal year. And that's about maybe, I think I sent $11 million request form, but it might be a little bit less, given now that some of the federal grant money came in. So, yeah.
So, in your opinion, are they moving in the right direction toward a complete approval of this bill?
I think so. I think they will, I think they will pass it. Of course, Patti, this is their responsibility, and they need to get as much information as they can to make the decisions, and they are the authority to appropriate money, and it's their decision. If they don't want to appropriate the child care centers, then that's something that they'll have to answer to their constituents about, and to the parents, and to the child care center providers. And, of course, Bobby's another big one, and the other one is the trying to get money to help with the operations at the airport so the debt service doesn't, and so they can continue the debt service that they need to continue with the bonds that they have out there in the market. So those are all very crucial issues and crucial programs and requests that they have to address. And so I think people have gone there looking at to see how the legislature will vote for it.
Governor, also on H.R. 9724, have you heard yet back from Speaker Mike Johnson?
No.
On his
But Congressman Moylan is very confident that it will not move forward. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I heard that he had said that he'd spoken to some people. I just didn't know what those meetings looked like. And he's like,
yeah, there's a lot of thought to the law, and I think the House of Representatives realize it. Yeah.
Well, they talked about this last week, and it's still very much in the eyes of so many people that are watching it, but if it doesn't get off the ground, that's always going to be good. Governor, is there anything else you want to add while we're here? I mean, countdown to the primary election. How do you feel like this election is going compared to the last one you were in? I think this election is going very well. I've been to several of their times, and I think each of the candidates of the gubernatorial office for the primary are doing a great job in answering the questions and, letting the people of Guam know where they stand, what they're about. I've been to the chamber one, I've been to the tribal one, I've been to the preliminary one, and tonight is the Fiji one. And I go because I listen to what the other candidates have to offer for a governor, because a lot of them are going to be the governor's grant, and I'm very concerned about, how they will continue on with the foundation that my administration has started, will return the government to good government that provides services to our people. So I think everybody is doing a great job moving out there, listening to the people and getting their platforms together. And it's going to be a very interesting night, I think, on August 1st. And I just encourage everybody to get out there and exercise your very sacred civil vote responsibility. Yeah. You're just glad you're not in it.
I am very happy with what I have done the last 7.5 years. I really am.
It's time to take a nap, Gov. It's time to take a nap. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
8:06 now. Here we are on the Mornings with Patti at the AP News happening right now. We are KGUM-FM and WDO-Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump is demanding that the Senate skip its August break until it passes a strict proof of citizenship voting bill. Here's the AP's Sandra Magani.
They did leave that. I'm not going to stop them from doing it, but they should get the SAVE Act done.
It's the latest part of the president's months-long pressure campaign to pass the bill before the November midterms. He's recently been targeting the Senate's top Republican.
I have a good relationship with John Thune. He's got to get his job done.
Thune's problem? The GOP doesn't have the votes to pass the bill or scrap the filibuster, another presidential demand. The Senate is set to begin its recess a week from Friday, a pivotal stretch for midterm campaigning as the GOP tries to hold a slim majority. Sagar Magani, Washington.
The Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to allow for now an executive order targeting mail-in voting. President Trump is in a key battleground state, Michigan.
The auto industry is back, and America is back, and it's pulling Detroit and Michigan along with it. Our country is so successful, it's pulling it along.
The president claims his tariffs have helped General Motors. Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes says a 15-year-old is in custody in connection with the shooting deaths of 3 people at a food festival in the city.
There is a second shooter. We're trying to identify who that person is. Our officers need your help. If someone saw something, or perhaps if someone has some video, we need to identify that person.
Seattle police are not ruling out whether the second suspect was among those killed. Investigators say a man shot and killed his wife and their 6 children, then himself, before they were all found in their burning home in Michigan last week. A tornado swept through Wisconsin, damaging homes, downing trees, and knocking out power to thousands. The National Weather Service confirms a tornado in Winnebago County. This is AP News. Police in Virginia near Washington, D.C. have arrested Elijah Bieniemy,
the son of NFL Chiefs defensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, in the alleged shooting of his own mother. Deputies responding in Ashburn late Sunday found 57-year-old Amia Bieniemy alive but with multiple gunshot wounds. She is hospitalized in stable condition.
Our hearts go out to Eric Bieniemy's family.
Kansas City coach Andy Reid spoke with reporters.
She's a saint. We all know that, the people that know her. One of God's good blessings right there, really a special person. So, but things happen, things happen, you got to work through it.
Elijah faces charges including malicious wounding and use of a firearm in a felony. I'm Jennifer King.
Florida authorities have arrested a Secret Service agent and 2 other men on felony charges, saying they committed brutal beatings as part of a fraternity hazing ritual. Marquez Christopher Pinder is an agent in the Miami field office. He's now on administrative leave. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Good day, everyone. This is Josh Griffin from the National Weather Service with your Tuesday morning, July 28th forecast. Scattered showers will be possible today, with an uptick in shower coverage expected tonight. Isolated thunderstorms will also be possible. Winds will be east to northeast in the gentle to moderate range, and they will continue today, with combined winds briefly increasing to around 4 to 5 feet, before falling back to 3 to 4 feet on Wednesday. A low risk of upturns is expected along all waves through midweek. For the latest weather forecast from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Hope everyone has a great day.
Good day, everyone. Welcome back. It is 8:09 in the morning. It is a Tuesday here on the Wave 105 FM. Streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM1. Our studio lines are at 671-922-1051 or 1052. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. That's Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, celebrate liberation with Triple J Ford. Liberation, stand liberation. Prices below dealer cost, thousands off retail, and F-150 starting as low as $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax. That's the Daniels Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Fast fencing and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Total One Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear. Serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus Steel Toe Footwear. Stop by Total One Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more like great food and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM.
Today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Taurus, Treasurer.
It's time to celebrate Guam's liberation with the Triple J Ford Liberation Celebration. And clearing out inventory with prices below dealer cost and thousands off retail on your favorite Ford vehicles. Drive home and move forward F-150 starting at just $79,995. On the real, the Ford Mustang starting at $36,995. Or $7,850 on the Explorer, Trumpet Sport, Ranger, and Rebel. The very all-stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford and T-Mark today for the free excavator. Check online at TripleJGuam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Girls at Adel will respond and run. It's time. We sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Craig Glass and Dr. Mario Patti. That's the full service placed on the center to the Wave 105 food industry. Stay informed and share their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio stations.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serve those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
All right, friends, let's go ahead and do this. This will be your last look at this morning's traffic report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. We want you to schedule a test drive. All you got to do is give us a call by 478 Auto, or you can also check out our inventory if you head to our website. That's going to be GuamAutospot.com. All right, guys, we got ourselves some strong north as well as southbound traffic. That's going to be along Route 4 this morning, coming up and around Oregon, as well as in Ahania. It looks like traffic in Higotnia is also beginning to build up. We're looking at that Jolly B intersection coming around the Superior Court of Guam in Higotnia this morning. Or for our friends that are hopping on to West O'Brien Drive, you can expect some delay over on that end, as well as the Bank of Guam intersection. Coming around Paseo Tomorrow, which you'll find some north as well as southbound delays on that end. It looks like Aspen traffic is moving nicely, getting around areas like Anigua, Adelup, or for our friends that are coming around Patti this morning, you'll have a nice and smooth ride through there. Mooning traffic is also developing. That's going to be coming around Bay Pacific, Jack in the Box intersection. That's going to be along Route 1, as well as the I-50 intersection. Looking around Village of Donkey, we got ourselves the north as well as southbound traffic picking up on that end. And looking at the Kmart intersection as well this morning. Let's continue to keep our eyes on the roads, make sure that we're not texting and driving. Remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. Let's try not to tailgate each other this morning, and we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Tuesday morning. We are moving forward with the traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM. Again, folks, it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478 Auto or check out our inventory on the website if you head to GuamAutospot.com.
Law enforcer, policymaker, service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho.
Mobile's got you covered. Now for July 31st, Mobile members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with a minimum put up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy family. Roll up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a mobile product by the same mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months. the danger around the next bend. Her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, a mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Road to Outreach. This time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Teresa Lackey, Senator Sabina Harris. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Hawaii. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, and they make one of these. This is a closest long-way attention.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up the conversion. You said you'd never stop listening to your music. You said you'd never schedule your life around a stuffed animal.
One is still a day.
You said you'd never give in to demand. And never put them in harm's way. But never happens. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in a car by themselves. Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you plant the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by Nixon and the Ad Council.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodward. My family and I started the Bowery Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodward Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face, and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve the housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodffoundation.org/success.
My name is Eric. I'm my friend Jason as a patient with Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Jason got hurt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners. His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do. We're just so thankful that Jason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
We are all for first-time guests and long-time friends. All for first light and starlight. For road trips and trails. All for mountaintops and mountains. River runs and battlefields. We look for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parts depend on us. And we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/all for parks.
We can't get defined on what people can do, not where they want to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skilled First Hire helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through affinity roots. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers with skilled skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn more at herethepeopleskilling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council. A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and fair volunteer ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. And here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the fair community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and Fair Volunteer Ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. Here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the FAIR community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
We're digging into the historic ranks of the American frontier today to uncover the stunning true story of ultimate personal independence. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 28th.
One of the greatest feats of endurance in military history belongs to a brave woman named Cathay Williams. In 1866, she disguised her identity to enlist as a Buffalo soldier under the false name William Cathay. Standing 5'9", she successfully marched over 1,000 miles across the brutal western frontier for 2 full years. Her secret was only uncovered when her physical health completely collapsed, selecting a pulse surgeon to conduct an emergency diagnostic exam. Her incredible journey stands as a core historical focus of Buffalo Soldiers' Day. When a reporter later asked why she risked it all in the dangerous Wild West, she promptly stated she simply wanted to earn her own living and be entirely independent of anybody else.
You know, you think about it, they were dealing with smallpox and how many other illnesses in that time. She was a tough lady.
That's true. Can you imagine the doctor?
What a surprise! It's kind of like, ooh, surprise! We're also celebrating National Milk Chocolate Day and National Water Festival. I'm Alice Anderson.
I'm Marlon Anderson with the National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about PairNick. PairNick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because PairNick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, PairNick is your best choice. Remember PairNick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. PairNick.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Hostess Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
News, and everything down here today. Wave 105.
Oh, Rocket Man. Rocket Man, that was originally by Elton John, and if you know, you know, but I like this version. I actually do. I'm not mad at when they do songs from these, you know, they hear a lot of Beatles ballads that have been later redone.
Examples here and there.
Yeah, they're good. But, you know, they're just talking about Carly Simon.
Carly Simon. Who's Carly Simon?
Carly Simon was a fixture in sort of the folk rock genre from back in the day. They would have called it like easy listening, not easy listening. They would have called it like what would you think? She was the genre for teenage girls everywhere that just, you know, had like introspective lyrics talking about life and, the things. Right. I was a product of the 70s, and so she had a number of songs that came out. She was married to James Taylor, if you know, long ago, far away, James Taylor. Did they do anything for you? James Taylor, yeah. James, okay. Yeah. I don't even know how to finish this conversation.
No, but continue though.
Okay,
Someone can relate. Someone can relate.
She wrote a couple of really good songs. You're So Vain was a big song that she wrote, and and another song called Coming Around Again. She, I don't know if you know Carole King. Carole King, okay. Natural Woman. You make me feel like a natural woman.
Yes.
She's
the bread commercial.
Yeah. The bread commercial? I never. This is the generation that remembers Carole King from the bread commercial. That's like people remember Marvin Gaye and heard it through the grapevine because of the raisins. The California Raisins ad that they did. That hurts us deeply. But, these are women who had this sort of folk song vibe, mixed in with some soft rock. That's what I was looking for, the genre I was looking for. I was trying, it's hard to, people in the music business are like rolling their eyes, but, they have all these different genres of music that they put labels on. It was just good old-fashioned love songs and things. Carole King also, there was a little bit of militant in some of the songs because it was the 70s, right? But they actually came from those hippie days, and Carly Simon was attached to, James Taylor for many, many years, and she had a kid, and she wrote this song, and I think, she didn't die. Oh, God, wait, hang on a second. I buried the lead. She didn't die. She was confirmed to have Parkinson's disease, which is it's definitely a condition that degenerates quite slowly, and it's very painful to watch, and it certainly takes a lot to have advance warning of this being an affliction that you really have to have a plan to support, and we know this because we've had those that are close to us who suffered and died of Parkinson's disease. So, hearing that, she found out because she had gone through cancer, some kind of other cancerous condition, and they diagnosed her with Parkinson's at the time. And they played the song "You're So Vain," which is a period song.
And You Got a Friend in Me. I got that from Ben.
Oh, okay, cool.
Ben, You Got a Friend in Me? Toy Story movie. You never watched Toy Story?
Yeah, that's Randy
Newman.
That's Randy Newman.
No, it's not. It's Randy Taylor.
Swift Taylor. Taylor
Swift. Whoa! Hold on. No, Taylor Swift did not sing that song.
No. I'm sorry. She sang the new one. No, the song was written by Randy Newman.
You Got a Friend in Me. Well, I got a friend named Ben, and he told me about that song.
Okay, you want to get a Google it? Go ahead. I do want to be corrected if I'm thinking Taylor Swift was the current song.
Oh, yeah, from Toy Story. She also was on the really good song. You know, you got to get on the Moana soundtrack. You will be very impressed.
I feel like I would.
You will be very, very impressed with the Moana soundtrack. I think you're going to like it.
I like that one song.
No, we're done with that one.
Damn it, I hear Ben.
I'm so sorry. This is Ben.
Hey, Ben, what's up?
Hey, hello.
Hey.
Here you go.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi. We're here, Ben. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
James Taylor sang "You Got a Friend." It's not that you got a friend, it means just you got a friend.
Oh yeah, You Got a Friend. You Got a Friend was James Taylor. You Got a Friend. Yeah, and that was James Taylor and Carole King. And so I was talking about Carly Simon, who was actually married to James Taylor, and they had a son. Do you know what his son was? Name's on?
No.
His name is Ben. Swear to God, because his name is Ben. Anyway, yeah. But a lot of people didn't know the difference between Carole King and Carly Simon because they both came from the same genre, and of course they did these duets with James Taylor. So they were both really they were really formidable female vocalists and songwriters of the 70s that continued. It continued where she wrote another song called "Coming Around Again," which was in a movie that was starring Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep. Okay, anyway, I am trivia queen today on Carly Simon. Anyway, so what did you call about?
That was the primary.
Uh-huh.
What I see for the Republican, I think Atta's going to...
Wait, try again? I'm sorry, try again?
What I see on the Republican side, I believe Tony Atta's going to win.
Okay.
And on the Democratic side, I still think that Josh is going to win that side.
Are you talking about the primary on Saturday, that Tony will win the Republican nomination and Josh will win the Democratic, or are you talking about overall in the general election?
No, I'm just focusing on the primary for now.
Okay, got you.
But general is on another,
Yeah. The general seems like a future situation. It's going to come with its own controversy. So you've expressed so far, Ben, that Tony Abbott and E.J. Cabell will win the Republican nomination over Frank Bloss and Mary O'Connor. Why do you think that?
I just think that Tony Abbott is a stronger candidate.
Okay. What makes him stronger than Frank Bloss?
Just the records in as a senator for me, anyway.
Okay. What makes E.J. Calvo a stronger lieutenant governor than Mary O'Connor?
If I'm comparing the two, I think Mary O'Connor is better or stronger of the two. But I think Frank and Ada, Bloss and Ada, I think Ada is stronger. That's my personal opinion.
And I think that's what the topic of surveys has been about, that Okada is a stronger leader in the lieutenant governor's race, and Tony Abbott is the stronger leader in the gubernatorial race, and you can't switch them off, right? You can't take out E.J. Calvo as the contender because he is the contender. But is Mary Okada enough to break the difference? If her as a standalone, as a lieutenant governor's candidate, is she strong enough to take the ticket for her and Frank over Tony and EJ being the newcomer?
This is how I feel, that being a new kid in the block for political elected position, I believe, Mary's strong leader. There's no doubt on that. But coming into the political arena, she's a newcomer. EJ too is a newcomer. But that's the way I see it.
Okay, well, you know what? She's a newcomer, but I think E.J. Calvo is more of a fetus when it comes to the political arena as a candidate, and it's only because of his vast experience that he might have in the private sector. I don't think that you can compare the leadership of his leadership of government with Okada, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah. So, that was the subject of a survey that was done, that there was questions about whether or not, EJ is going to be good for that ticket. And then, the offshoot of that is Mary Okada a stronger candidate than Frank Bloss? And is she enough to take the ticket? So I guess that's what, that's what some of the conversation was early in. With Ada and EJ on the road and campaigning heavily, and Frank and Mary and their performances at some of these forums, that might be a game changer. Some of what they said. EJ's got a lot of real new, fresh ideas as a young, relatively young candidate entering and breaking into a scene that needs to be taken over from some of the dinosaurs that have been in there for a long time, right?
Dinosaurs.
I know they're dinosaurs. I don't think that they should be necessarily displaced. as much as I don't, and it's not about age for me, it's about length of time they've been in office and how effective they've been during the time they've been there. It's less about them being of a certain age group, because I am of a certain age group, and I see that ageism is a thing here. They don't think that old people have it. But I think that there's a lot of folks that have been there for a long time, and they're not necessarily, they've just dinosaur in experience, and they don't bring any more vision. You know, they're not.
I agree.
Yeah, they're not 2020 anymore. They're not just 2020 anymore. Anyway, so okay, well, that's the Republican side. And are you telling me that you have a side here, or?
Not over there.
Okay, all right, no problem. No problem. But Ben, we've talked for a long time. You've been on radio with us for many, many years. So, and I absolutely respect your opinion. As a consumer of politics and as a consumer of Guam, when you look at what has happened in the past weekend with Josh and Tina, and is it to you the comments that were made during that rally? Does that make it or break it for that campaign?
You know, I gotta admit, I wasn't on I just came back last night from being up island.
Okay. All right.
I missed that gathering, I guess.
Yeah.
But, never heard what happened there, so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, you haven't had time necessarily to assess it, but I also think that you have experience to know that in past elections, you know, these 11th-hour controversies, you know, tend to rile up all of the campaigns, and so they sort of react as the playbook tells them to react. And that is, if you're an opposing candidate to Josh and Tina, you're going to bring it. You know, I mean, that's low-hanging fruit for you, right? And so, you know, they're pretty active. I'm not sure when it will die down or if it will die down, but it's not going to happen anytime within the next. I think that his opponents are going to ride on this as much as they have to in order to affect some sort of impact on them winning the nomination on Saturday.
That is the political game that has to be played.
Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit. It's really not even that. It's not even that well constructed. You know, Joe Manchin said something and it ran. I mean, it's just like wildfire. It was the wrong topic, right? It was certainly a wrong topic. You don't pick on the marginalized, and so again, it's low-hanging fruit. Everybody has an opinion. You know, when marginalized people are compromised, and so it's easy pickings. And my whole thing has been great. That's easy pickings. Let's look at, if we're going to compare the camps, let's pivot off to what they're actually talking about, and they're talking about support for persons with disabilities. And my point is, it's not in a comment, that flippant comment that was made by an unknown MC at a political rally. It could have happened to anybody. It's what the candidates do, if they, supporting or staying clear away from that comment by proving what they have done for the marginalized. That's where I want the conversation to go. It's like, what have you done? What have all of you done? And what's your resume when you're talking about this group of people? What have you done for this? What have you done for persons with disabilities? Both in the field of running for governor and in the field as you are a sitting senator. I'm looking at a budget that is $2 million short of what is needed for the services for them. That to me is more important than a flippant remark from somebody who wasn't paying attention.
I agree with you, and that's where the two parties differ right there. Even nationally and even here. You know, one party thinks that those programs are wasteful and shouldn't be put out there, but the other party who supports it, is helping a lot of people in need. Yeah. So, again, I just want to go about the two political parties, but that's the biggest difference, in my opinion, of the parties.
Oh, well, and in the vote on that, it looks like there were enough Democrats and enough Republicans that had something to say on either one of these. But the body did not fight off the budget reductions. basically, that 38th Guam legislature, you can sort of pinpoint who they are, didn't think that the reductions were crucial to keep maintaining services for persons with disabilities over at DISID. And sometimes the action of not making the resources available is just as faulty as comments that are made on a big stage about supporting them.
True, very true.
So I think we're all kind of going. We have an opportunity here to discuss the issue. What we're not doing is we're discussing the low-hanging fruit because it gets more likes and it draws more people into the social media, and everybody rides on that bandwagon of a hashtag that even shouldn't be repeated. They just shouldn't be repeated, and yet it's become now a campaign slogan, which I find to be pretty gross. So,
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Anyway,
okay.
Well, thank you, Ben. Anything else? Where did you go, by the way? Can I ask? Were you on vacation?
Actually, no. I went to escorting my daughter to the Philippines for medical, and when I got back, I went to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma to visit a relative there.
Oh, okay. Well, you've been busy, you traveling man. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, Brad. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That quarter to 8. Did we already take a break? Okay, we did. We're good? We're good now. Okay. All right. So thanks for the information on Carly Simon. And I really feel like I'm talking to a generation of people who only, like you said, Carly Simon also did the ketchup commercial. Okay. Where she making you wait. It was a ketchup commercial. You know how ketchup has a hard time pouring? Okay. You have to smack it in the bottom, or you have to pick a knife up there. Okay. It was they capitalized on people's complaints that ketchup is so hard to get out of the bottle. That's the squeeze bottle. Okay. So it's just a video of somebody holding a ketchup bottle. All right. And waiting for it to slowly make its way down the tunnel to get onto whatever hamburger fries or whatever. And she's singing that song, Anticipation. I didn't do that story. Well, you did because you were born. Yeah. I don't blame you. Yeah, what was it? I got to find it for you because it's important that you know these things. I'm a schooling you. Okay. On a ketchup sauce. Okay. Because if you remember the Carly Simon song, because it was what did you say? A bun. Hamburger. What was it that you said? It was the bread. Bread. The bread. What was the commercial? It was when the bread would rise. That's when she came out and she was singing it. Who? Carly Simon? Yeah. Was it Anticipation? I'm gonna find it because maybe it was a bread song. I know it was a bread song. Okay, so Anticipation could have been the same. It could have been the same concept because that song. All right, now. Okay, this is what it is. Oh my God! No, I would rather not have that in my library. You ain't catching me playing that. Here we go. Yeah, so that's probably it. Okay, that was a ketchup commercial. You see it happening now? The ketchup is coming and she sings Anticipation. The bread is rising. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I totally see it. I can see it. I see it. I'm starting to learn this again. This is painful for me. You don't even understand. Not in my library. That's not in my library. Well, but it's not even in my library. It's in my bank. It's in it's in my bank. There you go, girl. There you go. You just leave it in there. Don't deposit it. Don't withdraw it. Leave it. Leave it in there. You know what? There's going to be a trivia question worth $1 million on that song. Well, on something that I'm teaching you right now about back in the day. And you're going to go, Patti told me this. Patti told me this. She told me this about the ketchup song, about a girl, and smack in the bottom of her ketchup bottle. She was beating a ketchup bottle. Something about violence. I can't remember. It's okay. The lady came out. All right, going on there. It had bread. It was like a whole bread thing going on. Yeah, okay. Cocaine and ecstasy. I know the song. I know this. They were on weed for sure.
I knew it was something.
They were on like hallucination drugs back in the 70s. It was like, cocaine didn't come into like the 70s, 80s, right? But it was like, it was still marijuana and a lot of hallucinatory. A lot of hallucination drugs. Would you like me to go down the list?
I'm good. I'm good.
That's where it was tripping. They were tripping. Yeah. But, thanks, Lucy, for killing me. I'm killing you. Honestly, I'm killing myself here. This is like radio suicide. Talking about being 66 years old, talking about Carly Simon and trying to be relevant to somebody who just says, I would never listen to that song and it would never be in my playlist.
Not in my library. I can't.
You don't even know.
I do know. It's not playing in my right.
I know that, but you ain't playing that, Patti. Have you ever just gone back 2 or 3 decades and just like she doesn't like the Beatles. I don't even like the Beatles. I was like, I said that to the kids the other day, and they were like, wait,
I'm not a Beatles fan. I'm not a Beatles fan.
From which all songs from rock and roll came.
It wasn't, it wasn't on my mom's cleanup playlist.
That's
It wasn't on there.
Hey, you know what? You're totally right.
It wasn't on my mom's cleanup playlist.
That's how you're introduced to your first time into the world of music, is what the elders were listening to, right?
Temptations and OJs. I didn't have Beatles in my house.
No Beatles. I'm not
hating on the Beatles.
I get it.
Grow up with the Beatles.
No, I get it. I mean, somehow there are kids that these days don't even know what you and I are talking about, because the music that they're listening to, they have beats.
Did they do a halftime show? No.
Yeah. I mean,
which halftime show was the Beatles on? Did they do a halftime show?
The Beatles would not do a halftime show. They weren't that kind of. They didn't need to do a halftime show. They just needed to exist. It's a frenzy. They just needed to exist. They didn't need any, big concerts to justify themselves. They didn't need to do any product placement commercials or paid partnerships with anybody. They were royalty, and when you're royalty like that, you don't really need a whole lot to sustain the monarchy. You know what I mean? You continue to rule. You just continue to rule. In those days, when the 60s and the 70s, when people like the Beatles spurred other groups, and that sort of folk music genre, entered into the songs of the 70s that were fighting against injustices in America during our own American Civil War back in Vietnam days. There were many bands that were born from it, that they were fighting the system. They were trying to stick it to the man. And the only way that they could do this was through the music that they were writing that was playing, to an audience of people who were also fed up with what was happening in the crisis. And it was a civil war because you had people who were breaking Beatles records in the streets that they didn't believe in. It was a wholesome Johnny B. Good type of music, And so for those kinds of bands, they were way too liberal for a conservative America that hadn't yet departed from the 50s. They still liked their white bread music. And then when, then you got people like Stevie Wonder that was born of soul, of gospel, right? You had all of James Brown, you had Aretha Franklin. These guys were all taking music out of the church and then bringing them into another genre, particularly in Motown, where you would find that the activism there was then between religions, religious people, the church versus the kids that were these crazy kids that were writing music and turning gospel into soul and R&B, and that whole genre was born there. Almost any time that you see there was a change in music, there was somebody fighting over it. Beyonce dipping into the whole Cowboy Carter genre. Okay. People in the South were pissed off at her because there was no place in country music for black artists. When you see the crossover between a lot of these guys that were riding bareback on a little Nas, riding bareback on with Ghost Town, singing a song that had a lot of country and R&B to it, and a little bit of soul. They weren't having it. Oh, don't take me started.
I tried not to. I mean, you just took it around.
All right, this is my scolding for you children.
I know. I was like, okay.
I mean, like I said,
about the Beatles.
Yeah.
Both.
I know. So when Riley was born, he had to have an eclectic sort of perspective on music. He had to listen to the classical music. We influenced him on anything that we could find. You know, we made him, and truth be told, it was the modern version of Romeo and Juliet with Claire Danes and Leo DiCaprio. The Romeo and Juliet, where the soundtrack for that, there was a lot of classical music in that they upped to into more of a rock sounding. I don't know if you watched the modern day Romeo and Juliet. That was a genre of kids, including my own, that never watched the original Romeo and Juliet or the play by Shakespeare or read the book when we had to force to in 9th grade. They got to see the other condensed, updated version of a classic. And the soundtrack that went with that had a lot of opera music that Riley was exposed to, but he didn't know songs like that existed. And, you know, now he listens to the Beatles, and now he listens to rock, and now he sings songs that come from, you know, he sings songs that come from, I actually have a video of him singing James Taylor. And so, I think it's just important that we
insert yawn emoji.
I know. I am gonna forward you.
I promise I'm not listening.
I'm gonna forward you a classic Carole King song.
Classic music?
Yeah.
Patti,
No, classic. The classic Carole King. Okay. Go ahead. You take it from hungry to take this. All right. No, go ahead. I got you. I'm just saying. I'm saying that sometimes you've got to figure out where a lot of this music comes from. Oh, you know what? You know where you can hear a lot of these old songs? You can hear them in TikTok for the soundtracks, the music that they play on some of these. And then the new stuff that comes through. You get a lot of these new songs that come out of they're like the beds for TikTok videos. Songs I've never heard from. I'm like, what is that song? I'll grab the song and I'll download it into a playlist. It's an entire playlist of TikTok songs that are either covers for other people or new artists that are trying to get in. I have a whole catalog of music that comes off of TikTok that hadn't even been released until last month. Interesting. It's interesting stuff. But I'm trying to find a song that would let her know what Carole King used to sound like, but a lot of them are kind of, she's gonna hate it. But she didn't, you make me feel like a natural woman was actually written by Carole King and performed later by Aretha Franklin, who actually did a new version of it. But we're only talking about this because Carly's finding it.
Yes, we are. Mr. Duenas is on the line, and his appointment went really well. It was about 8 hours long.
Oh, yes.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
I pray for the emergency doctor there, too, because he was so busy that day, yesterday.
Okay.
And especially when I was hearing the baby crying, that really hurts my heart.
Yeah,
just like Joe Meno. Joe Meno is my nephew.
Okay.
He really called me up this morning. I said, Joe, stay strong, because he was crying over me.
Yeah.
And he was apologizing. I said, Joe, the other side, they'll do anything to destroy us and Pinamuna-Barnes. Just stay strong.
Well,
but yes, it hurt a lot of people, but, Patti, sometimes you make mistakes just like me. I make mistake. My son make a big mistake too. Everybody make mistake. But when you start putting it on the air and you're so desperate to destroy Argentina, that's you, Senator Maisa Nicolas, and I'll say your name. All clear, because I used to vote for you. I was a steady voter on you. I used to like you. When you were a senator, I stayed with you, especially when you become a Congress. But when you start challenging Governor Lulong Guerrero and this administration, the lieutenant governor, I just stopped voting for you.
Well, Mr. Duenas, Mike Nicholas, he's a former congressman, he's a former senator. Absolutely. I'm saying that he has the right to do this. No, he does. He has the right to do this.
Now my vote don't come to him after I've seen what he's doing. Yeah. He's a Democrat, and he keeps changing his own party.
Okay.
I am a believer in my party. My dad just died down as a Democrat, never changed. People convincing him to change to Republican, but he never do that, Patti.
Okay. Mr. Duenas, I'm going to let you go.
Okay, Patti. Thank you for putting me in. People of Guam, people of Inalahan, get out and vote.
Okay.
Get your vote closed. You're going to see Mr. Duenas next to the school. I'll be counting cars that are for sure for Josh, because I know the people of Inalahan.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay.
Josh, Antina Munabarn,
all right.
Viva all the way. Okay. I'll celebrate early because I know Josh is going to win.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks, guys, for that. I want to clarify something. Mr. Duenas, Mike Nicholas, Mike Nicholas is doing what Mike Nicholas is doing. He's supporting somebody who has employed him. Many people do that, and many people will continue to do that. The only thing I resent about what Mike Nicholas is doing right now is he's taking the water further than where it needs to go. And it doesn't need to go into the territory where he's hashtagging to his own personal detriment, a phrase that should not be repeated and should be retired. He's taking it further to make a point about Josh and Tina, and we're missing the point. But he's doing that, and so are members of the media that are on the side of all of this, and they're excited about this new, ability to take another path toward what's going to happen on Saturday. And it may or may not work. It just really depends on what side of it. Some of us look at it as just noise. Others of us actually just want to know what the bottom line is. That's where I am. What's the bottom line? I find that we're missing the point. The point isn't what Joe Manuel says. The point is, what are we doing about the services that Mike Nicholas is talking about? That what is his senator doing, Senator Kenny Adams? What side of the budget was he on when it came to talking about the cuts that were being made to these district services, of which many people like him as a parent of a child with disabilities gets upset about because the services aren't there? That's what I want to know. Where's the big uproar there on the message? And what's the stance of, did anybody hear what the stance is on any of these campaigns, including Josh and Tina? They've made it a stance because this is front and center right now. But listen out for what that stance is, and then make your decision based on that. But otherwise, it's all just sometimes just a whole lot of noise that we're listening to. So I'll leave this with you. This is Carol King. Tell me you don't like this. 9 o'clock in the morning. KGOM FM in WWM. News. I'm Julie Walker. Police arrest a 15-year-old after a food festival shooting in Seattle that killed 3 people near the Space Needle. Authorities give more information. The AP's Jennifer King reports.
Seattle Mayor Katie Washington's a teenager is being held after a shooting that killed 3 people at the Bite of Seattle Food Festival near the Space Needle.
2 died at the scene, and a 3rd passed away at Harborview Medical Center. Official identification will come from the King County Medical Examiner's Office. The Seattle Police Department detained a 15-year-old juvenile in connection with the shooting.
Investigators believe there were 2 suspects. Teams searched a nearby IMAX theater where they initially believed that a second person had fled. Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes.
There is a second shooter. We're trying to identify who that person is.
The gunfire erupted around 6 p.m. Sunday night, sending attendees and food vendors scrambling for safety. Adam Lombardo came back to pack up his Burmese food stand.
It's really sad because you figure 3 innocent people aren't getting up with their families.
I'm Jennifer King.
A
AP Washington correspondent Sagar Madani reports ex-FBI Chief James Comey is asking a judge to drop a federal case against him over a social media picture of seashells on a beach.
The photo showed shells arranged to read 8647.
86, you know, an 86, a mob gun to kill him.
And the Trump administration charged Comey with threatening to take the 42nd president's life. Comey says the photo was not a call to violence, but rather protected political speech. It's the second federal case against the ex-FBI chief in months, part of a Trump Justice Department retribution campaign against people the president does not like. Sagar Madani, Washington.
This is AP News. There's a series of high-profile criminal cases with hearings this week that could prove pivotal. 4 of the cases have celebrity defendants or victims. The hearings and trials this week include a prosecution for the 1996 killing of rap icon Tupac Shakur and the murder case against a singer. Also expected in court are attorneys for social media influencers Andrew and Kristen Tate and the man accused of stabbing author Salman Rushdie. A Massachusetts whaling museum is turning a negative review into a hit merchandise line. In 2020, a Google user called the New Bedford Whaling Museum the worst aquarium ever. Despite there being no aquarium at the time, the museum embracing it, creating shirts and hoodies with the review and a whale skeleton on them, then finally gaining major attention after a viral news segment. I'm Julie Walker, AP News. Thanks for listening.
Today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Forest, Treasurer.
Today, Guam. The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Food Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Holiday Agency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience food marketing centers and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprenticeships, and pastry chefs. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GSRA.org for the event.
When Guam is not hurting Washington, our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, and food assistance put at risk, in our landfill and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they earned. Mayor Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally gets a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mayor Camacho Torres for Congress, number 1 on the ballot. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message. Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serve those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
This time, we sit down with Democrat candidate Senator James Johnson and other senators we had some full conversation that took place on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. They inform and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Code 104. Your one-stop shop for public safety and everyday gear. Shop trusted brands with tactical pouches, apparel, and footwear. Serving Guam since 1999. Celebrate liberation with a special giveaway happening now. Code 104. Gear up today.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Into the historic ranks of the American frontier today to uncover the stunning, true story of ultimate personal independence. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 28th.
One of the greatest feats of endurance in military history belongs to a brave woman named Patti Williams. In 1866, she disguised her identity to enlist as a buffalo soldier under the false name William Cappy. Standing 5'10", she successfully marched over 1,000 miles across the brutal western frontier for 2 full years. Her secret was only uncovered when her physical health completely collapsed, forcing a post surgeon to conduct an emergency diagnostic exam. Her incredible journey stands as a core historical focus of Buffalo Soldiers' Day. When a reporter later asked why she risked it all in the dangerous Wild West, she practically stated she simply wanted to earn her own living and be entirely independent of anybody else.
You know, you think about it, they were dealing with smallpox and how many other illnesses in that time. She was a tough lady.
That's true. Can you imagine the doctor?
What a surprise! It's kind of like, ooh, surprise! We're also celebrating National Milk Chocolate Day and National Water Park Day. I'm Allison Anderson.
I'm Alden Anderson at the National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnic. Pairnic offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnic is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnic is your best choice. Remember Pairnic when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnic. Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Law Legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
The road to adolescence. This time we spoke with Democratic candidates, Senator Cruz from last year, Senator Sabina Pérez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to win Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105 YouTube channel. Leader Wave 1 News. This is a glimpse of Guam legislation.
I'm in Tennessee Island Conversation. We want to talk at once. Man, you ruined my moment. What's your moment? Let's get back on the program. All right, I'm watching a video of a video of like somebody in a really crappy part of town, and they're coming up against a repo guy. Dang, they're good.
Yeah, I'm not ruining it. Yeah, we didn't.
It's like three or four 400-pound women that are coming for two 400-pound men. The repo men.
Pay your bills.
Pay your bills when they get to it. They didn't pay for their car note or something. They're trying to, or their trailer, or they're trying to do the trailer. And there's a couple of guys that are taking hits. One of them is black, and he's taking some racist hits. But these girls are like literally trying to punch these dudes out, and they're just like flying all over the place. Anyway,
Welcome back on that happy note, welcome back to the program. 12 minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning, and the conversation pretty active this morning as it was yesterday. We're reeling. I don't know at what point. I'm looking for the pivot. I don't think it's going to happen. Looking for some distractions. I doubt that will happen too. Will I stay focused on what's going to happen? It's going to be up to you. That's kind of the bottom line. You're going to hear people who are going to sway your vote because that's what they do. This is all politics. This is all the season, tis the season for this to be done. And so you can't, the only way to rope it in is to implore people to focus on the prize, right? And that's your vote. And however you're going to vote. People have cut ties immediately. They're angered for one point or another. And some of them are angry at the angered, right? They're not necessarily angered. We've lost sight of what they're angry about now. Now they're just fighting the people who are making comments. So, the thing is blown up into, further away from the issue than it needs to be. But, hey, again, you can continue to breathe life into it. There was another release that came out of the Lieutenant Governor's office. Well, actually, out of the campaign. It wasn't Lieutenant Governor's office, but it was, I think it was on Facebook. It was on Instagram. And it was as a message that came to the people of Guam from both Josh and Tina. I don't know if you want to go there, but I guess I'll go there because this is what they're saying. They're still trying to do, some smoothing over people who really feel like they didn't quite fully understand what happened. So let's just go ahead and do it because it was sent to me and they asked me if I could play it. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's make sure all the volumes are up, and here we go. First of all, don't you ever get that situation where you're trying to play something and then you get that little bar that says there's nothing going on? Here we go.
For the primary, RMC made remarks that were hurtful about people with disabilities, and what he said was wrong. He has accepted responsibility and apologized publicly, but now we feel you should hear directly from us. We are also very sorry, especially because how this has made so many families feel in the face of their daily struggles and fears. When we or anyone from our campaign fail, we will take responsibility, and we'll work every day to make sure everybody does better, just like we have been taught.
Today, we especially like to speak to the parents, families, and loved ones of people with disabilities, especially our children, because we know this wasn't just about one moment. For many, it brought back memories of other moments, of a child coming home in tears after being teased or bullied, of someone being left out because they were different, of wondering whether the road would see the person you love for who they are, not for the challenges they face. No family should ever have to carry those moments alone.
This moment must remind all of us of the responsibility we share. Every child is watching, learning how adults speak, learning how adults treat one another, learning whether differences are met with compassion or with cruelty. Every child deserves to grow up believing they belong. Every person deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. And every one of us has a responsibility to help build that kind of Guam.
Our commitment to Guam's disability community didn't begin this week. We stood beside people with disabilities, families searching for autism services, people seeking mental health care, seniors hoping to remain in their own homes, not because anyone was watching, but because every person deserves dignity.
That's also why words matter, and government decisions also matter. Our government must always provide services families rely on every day. That's what we're fighting to protect.
We can't erase what happened,
but we can choose what happens next, with honesty, with humility, and with the willingness to take responsibility.
Okay, that might be the final word on that from that camp. This still has a little bit of a life, or it doesn't have a life. People are still up in arms, and as the days leading up to the primary would suggest, they're probably going to try to keep that flame fanned because this is the stakes are high. for the primary that's coming up on who is going to represent the Democratic team and who's going to and who their challenger will be on the Republican side. So there's really no shortage of anybody that is speaking to this, and they're pretty split. Those who, again, we're talking about we're talking about a marginalized community of people who are not going to receive some services because some of those services have also been cut. Whether or not this is going to be something that will be revisited to the tune of $2 million during another supplemental budget session could actually be the gift in disguise. If we're really looking at what the issue is that these persons with disabilities, kids in schools, don't have the full complement of resources that are available to them for the fiscal year 2027. And so maybe nobody was really noticing during the hearings, the informational hearings and the budget talks over funding for DISD, but a significant amount of money that would go to some of these programs that would help in care of adults or children that are infirmed at home, caregivers, is a lot of that money is going to go away. And it was basically as the result of the Republicans in the majority that were working to prioritize what money was going to be used for what. And in fiscal year 2027, it was decided that $1.8 million, about $2 million was going to be slashed from that budget. So the question will come when when clearer heads will prevail. The questions will definitely come on the reasoning behind and how this priority bumped down to $2 million lost. Why was DISD asked to absorb reductions when the demand for disability services are growing and continues to grow? And in that vein, how are they going to measure whether these reductions are actually affecting clients? And the only way to know that is when the demand is growing and they have fewer services available, and some of these services have to be turned away, or these people that are asking for these services will have to be turned away. And if the wait lists increase or services are starting to decline, is this legislature going to restore the funding during the next budget season? Or are they going to restore the funding during the supplemental budget season or session? And then should disability services get the same protection in public safety and education during tight budget years? Again, the issue here is priority, right? That this legislature determined that they had to fund other departments and services for the people and had to use $2 million out of DISD's budget. The pressure is on now with everybody's focus on DISD when they might not have focused on it before. Did you know that $2 million was cut from their budget? At the same time, these remarks were being made by an irresponsible MC at that rally on Sunday. Did you know that the funding was cut from that budget, or are we not paying attention to that part? Because that's the part that we should be paying attention to. If your heart is bleeding for persons with disabilities because there's comments that were made by somebody who was trying to land a punchline at a rally and it failed on him miserably, we're going to take that part and run with it as a public, or even as an influencer on social media, or even as a social media blogger, that you're going to concentrate on the response and the reaction because that draws enough people who have compassion to the low-hanging fruit, but we're not going to bother to talk about whether or not these guys even have enough money to make these services available to them in the next fiscal year. And in that vein, then you got to really look inward and find out what is really important to you. Is it because you're heard on social media? That you're riding the bandwagon of a hashtag that should also be retired? Or do you really honestly care about the disabled? That you want to know whether or not people are going to be standing in line for services they can't get? What's your priority?
Willie's on the phone from the Menendez Foundation. This is former Senator Willie Flores. Hey, Willie, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You know, I was listening to your music discussion there with Dice.
Yeah.
That is absolutely correct. You got to listen to that old music. Otherwise, we're going to dedicate You're So Vain. Carly Simon, You're So Vain.
You're So Vain. That was a tough one. Do you remember what the story was behind that song, Willie?
Which one? You're So Vain?
Yeah, who she wrote it for?
Oh, you know, there's so many things, you know. Some people claim she wrote it for James Taylor, and some claim she wrote it for, I forget, her rich entrepreneur boyfriend. So it's one of those urban myths that I guess will never be really solved unless she comes out and says it, you know.
Warren Beatty. It was Warren Beatty. Yeah, Warren Beatty.
Yeah.
That was so vague. You got to listen to the words that You're So Vain. It is actually a great song. If you wanted to write a song about an ex, I don't know if Warren Beatty was like cringing over that song, but anyway, the Menendez Foundation wants to make sure that everybody knows that there is definitely going to be a memorial.
Yes, there is. We're doing an abbreviated memorial, and of course, we'd like to thank Patti, your show, for putting this forth ahead of everyone. But there's going to be a memorial. The mayors did a good job of putting together the unified memorial with the mass. That was something pretty special.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we've gotten many requests from survivors that saying, hey, you know, we need to do the Menendez Memorial. And so we had thought about July 2, because that was July 2nd, because that was, August 2nd, because that was appropriate. But then, I don't know if many folks realize that the organized fighting on Guam ended either August 9th or August 10th, depending on which military account you adhere to. But the actual end of war in Guam officially ended on August 12th. So August 9th is an appropriate day. We've done this once before, again, because of Storm Edna. Many years ago, we moved the ceremony to August for the exact same circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
This year, though, we are having it. We have cajoled and argued and really gone to bat. And so this year is going to be at Government House, the House of the People. We've already started to spread the words with the Panamco. And it's going to be an abbreviated ceremony, but we have first-hand accounts and we have second-hand accounts as told by war survivors to their children and grandchildren, second and third-hand accounts. But we encourage folks to come out and listen because these are very interesting stories. You see these folks in the stores, you see these folks shopping, you see them at mass or church, and you never realize what they have gone through. It's amazing. But so we encourage folks to come out. It's going to be August 9th, Sunday at 10:30 up at the Government House, and we will have refreshments. We also have beautiful gifts for the Manamco, as we always do, and we encourage Manamco from Homasak all the way up to Jigo to come and enjoy this one-of-a-kind service we've ever had at Government House.
Wow, that's great. Well, this is the great thing about people on Guam. That, when they talk about resilience and rolling with it and going with the flow, no one's going to be left behind on any of these memorials. And certainly for the Menendez Foundation, this is one of the most important, if not the first, that always happens every single year. So I'm glad, lemonade being served on the Bobby Icky lemons to us. So I'm glad to know that you guys are picking up.
That's right. And for Dice's sake, we will have Heinz 57 ketchup.
It was Heinz 57. Was it with Heinz brand ketchup? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think it was Heinz. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Heinz ketchup. The only one she actually remembers is
the bread.
Do you remember the bread?
No, I don't
remember the bread either.
I think I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Well, we're not up on the modern day, I guess, really.
I guess not.
Yeah.
I guess not. But I don't think the bread can beat the Pop-Tarts commercial. That has got to be the most awesome commercial I've seen in a long time.
What's the Pop-Tarts commercial? What am I missing? What's the Pop-Tarts?
This gal is waiting for the bus at a bus stop, and she's chewing on a Pop-Tart. The bus pulls up, and she gets up, and she looks in, and she's stuck. shocked because every passenger on the bus is a Pop-Tart, and the driver's a Pop-Tart, and she's sitting there chewing on a Pop-Tart. So she backs off slowly. I mean, it's just one of the most odd commercials I've
Really?
seen.
Do
You
you know that one, guys? The Pop-Tart
That's going to be a new one. I'm going to have to check it out, though.
I haven't seen that one either. I've seen the pop-up commercial where she's standing in between the toaster and the bus at the front yard. Because, I mean, is that it? Maybe that she's because her Pop-Tart isn't done yet. And then,
this one she's actually chewing on a Pop-Tart as she enters the bus, and she's confronted with a bunch of passengers who are Pop-Tarts. So,
that's right. I want to be at that table. I don't know what they were smoking at that party, but you know that's something Jason and I have decided that some of these hallucinations of ads and songs that we've seen of videos, it was like a bunch of people that were either they were all sitting around drunk, or they were smoking weed, or they were dropping acid or something. Because it's so out of the realm, right? Like Fantasia, the Fantasia movie by Disney. It's like, dang, someone was tripping. Someone was tripping on that one.
Yeah, you're correct. But that brings us right back to the Meningan and our World War II survivors.
Yeah.
If people took the time to listen to what they went through, it would almost be like an AI-generated film. And it's sometimes just impossible to believe that these things really happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Bringing it back home. That we do get wrapped up in the planning of these events, and we do have to remember that these are people's personal stories, and some of them are still alive to protect them, right?
Oh yeah.
And we tell them, and one day we won't have the live people to be talking about these experiences. Like the governor was saying that she had an opportunity to speak with a woman who was 91 years old, and she talked about her experiences, and she said it was kind of moving for her because, when you're hearing it, once a year we do this, right? But we don't get to do it enough where we speak to cancer survivors and they talk about these stories, and you almost think that isn't a movie. I mean, this has got to be a movie. Because this happened, around the corner in Meningan? Wait a minute, Hang on a second. This is a very sacred ground, but
Really, but the speaker, real quick, the speaker that the governor was talking about, Miss Josephine Mendiola.
Yeah.
When I saw her, I was freaked out because I worked with Josephine for close to 15 years up in the Department of Public Works. Never crossed my mind that she could have been a war survivor. And, kudos to Josephine. She took care of herself, looked very young. I never imagined that she was a war survivor. But when I saw her, my heart just really warmed up because I just enjoyed those many years working with her. And I'm trying to look her up and tell her, wow, Josephine, I never knew.
Wow, that's so awesome. And look how old you are, right? And
yeah, exactly.
And you're just finding out this story, how many years later. That's pretty cool. We don't get that often. Really, I really believe that people should pay attention when we talk about some of this old stuff that has happened back in the day and how still relevant they become to our future. So, thanks for keeping that memory alive. We appreciate it. We'll send people your way during the Meningan Memorial coming up.
It's such a juice, Marcy, and thank you guys.
It's my pleasure, absolutely. Willie Flores from the Meningan Memorial. Boy, I don't want you to get the tongue lashing or anything about choices on your musical side.
Oh, no, not at all.
It's always easy because it is like it kind of works both ways. You have like baby boomers, boomers like myself. I understand the ageism problem here, right? And between the generations, like the thing is, my old line that I love to place on people. So, you remember the line about the okay boomer?
Oh, no.
Okay boomer. They used to say okay boomer. These are like millennials.
Okay.
These are like millennials that were tired of old people telling them what to do or what the old times look like. So that we just sort of dismiss their experience, and it was mostly in the workplace. There was a workplace that, you had people like my age that would be talking to a younger generation of people who are doing the same job as you, but they're coming in 20 years after you started the work. And then you tend to want to school them on ways that you can be, do work, or this is how they did it over back in the day. And then the younger ones would say, listen, I went to school for this, right? There's a big gap in the communication and generations where the new technology has replaced some of this old way of doing things. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you can find the balance between
the old school, you know this, because it's still relevant at your age, the old school and things that we do, and the way you can make that more efficient with the technology. Everybody needs to change these ideas, and then they can decide for themselves how to incorporate both of these, into a more efficient job. So they used to say, okay, boomer, and I used to just say, okay, renter, because, that was the stab back and forth. It's like, you're too old, to be able to understand what I'm doing with this new technology. Yeah, but you're too young to own a house, so, you're going to rent from your parents for all the years. That's kind of changed a lot, the ageism part of it, but there are still some fossils that can't, and it's up to people like me, too. It's up to people that have been in my business for a long time. It's up to us to adapt to to some of the benefits and the contributions that are being made to make this trade more efficient and more inclusive, right? And it doesn't have to be, it's information, it's free. It's free, but there's differences on how to disseminate it and the way to disseminate it and the strategy of disseminating it and the properties of ethics that you have to take into consideration when you're disseminating. It's a whole big deal. It's a whole big thing. And so I think that there's room for everybody, and we all tend to learn when there's stuff like there's a big gap where it comes to music. Dyson and I always talking about this. He's like, that old song. I'm like, I can't even understand the lyrics. And so it's a thing. It's always been a thing because we joke about it and we tease each other definitely about the types of music. But the really interesting thing is that when we find the similarities, it's the same thread. We both like the same type of music. We're both open to hearing. I send her stuff all the time. She's like, yes or no, a thumbs up or thumbs down. Like, not her jam. Will never be in my playlist. But I appreciate the share. Right? Because music is everybody's language, right? I hate to say it, sounds like a bumper sticker, but music is everybody's right to listen to, right? Nobody can tell you, like back in the day when you were burning records and radio stations refused to play, play certain types of music, and there was a lot of editing, and there was a lot of sanctions against putting, remember, NWA? Okay. All of the stuff that they put up, they were banned from radio because of content. Now they drop the F-bomb. And now, suggestive music about sexuality and females and all of that stuff, you just bleep it out. But you get the idea. Before they would try to stop the concept of the idea from being disseminated publicly. Like, you didn't want to listen to lyrics about lovemaking because it was so graphic. So now what they do is they have a radio edit of it. We call it scrubbing the song in this business to make it. I'll tell her, if we get a song, I'm like, hey, you got to Clorox that thing. But if there's some music that's in there that is not fit for general consumption, and you got to go back there and they bleep everything. Sometimes I've heard songs that were for radio play that every other word was bleeped. You're like, what's the sense? What's the sense of doing that? But, it's, we're all just trying to get along, man. We're all just trying to get along. And if music is your jam, you're in the right place. Especially here, you're in the right place. But nobody should be shamed. Stop making fun of my music. 9:35. Take a break here. Be right back.
Today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. First, choose better leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, the world's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and some of the Guam hospitality industry. August 10th, 2026. Visit UHRA.org for details.
When Guam is not heard in Washington, our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, and food assistance put at risk, and our medical and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they've earned. Mayor Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness to our veterans and downwind communities,
and make sure Guam finally has a voice that heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, #1 on the ballot. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message. Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serve those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.com.
Is set. This time, we sit down with Democratic candidates Senator Joe Johnson and former Senator Nicholas. Catch the full conversation presented from James on the 815 Energy Channel. Stay informed and hear their looking for Guam future. Wave 105 is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
One store. Your one-stop shop for conversations every day year. Shop custom brands with packs for pouches, apparel and footwear. Serving Guam since 1999. Celebrate liberation with our special giveaway happening now. One store. You're up today.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Roosters Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
That's why this Route 66 is a really relevant radio station. It's getting me. I get jealous. I'm like, I don't listen to it. They're like, no, dude, I was listening to your country station. No, it's like, you know, and then when you're listening to the country station, you're like, bro, that's not country, that's R&B. You know what I mean? But I have a whole playlist of music like that that is so awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not being salty at all. Not at all. No. Not at all. Everyone's got their own. You know what I mean? I got favorite country songs. I got teenage nieces that at 3 a.m. are listening to Beyonce and heartbreak songs with like every pot and pan going off in the kitchen. So, I get it. I totally get it. You know, you clean the kitchen down and there's not a bunch of teenagers that are hungry at 3 a.m. and decide to make lasagna and what are we doing right now? You know, it's like, God. I love that. No, I don't. I don't. No, turn the lights off. Why are you so noisy? You know, I get you. It's so interesting you say it because the summer months are full of that. You know, when I was a kid and we were teenagers, my mother and mine, Jenny Arroyo, had 6 kids, and I had 5. Like Kathy, Dickie, Jimmy, Jackie, Tony, Stephen, Bob, Pat. There's 8 kids. Okay. And I'm John, okay, we had 5. So we were all, and the boys weren't around, but we raided the kitchen every single night. Every single night we went at like 1 o'clock in the morning and opened the refrigerator, starving teenagers trying to figure out what the snack was going to be at night. I had my 3 children plus a grandchild. Riley may not have been in the mix, but all the adult children are in their. Sean's the youngest of them all, but so between their early 30s to mid 40s, I had an adult group at my house with all my kids, and it was a full house, 5 cars in the driveway, the whole thing. It was like they came home, and this is kind of what I was trying to put it in perspective. I was saying they all turned 12 years old when they came back home. They became 12 years old because that was their home. This is like a place where there were no necessary rules about, they knew the power was going to stay on and you weren't going to get evicted from your home because you didn't pay the bill, or you weren't going to have food in the refrigerator because you didn't have money. You came home to, your safety spot. So they all reverted to being 12. And they were all individually responsible adults on their own. But the dynamic changed when they're all sitting at the table and they're all,
throwing shots at each other and laughing and how could have the best gig. I love their sense of humor because they're just like me. They're sarcastic and a lot negative and very funny. And so when I come out in the middle of the night and I see them all, like you said, somebody's cooking lasagna at 1 o'clock in the morning, you can react or just go back to bed. Or you can come out in the morning, because I'm the first up, and see cups and plates and half-eaten food in the trash piled over the top, and then yell about it. But when you're done for the summer, right, and they all go home for their mortgages and their power bills and try to put food on the table, you don't want them going. Remember that time the mom came in, she made us all go to bed at 1 in the morning because we were too loud and we had cups and she was trying to mop the floor. You know what I mean? Remember that time that she ruined the entire night because she was out there screaming the trash wasn't filled or the car parked right? It's like I could go out there and go, oh my God, you guys are making so much noise. Or I could sit there and crack up at the fact that I've got a house full of people I love most in the world creating havoc like they did when they were 12. You never get that back. You just, the time just isn't. And to further make the point, I actually posted something on Facebook a couple of nights ago when I was home by myself, peace and quiet, because I'm like you. You and I have noise in our brain all day long. You longer than me, because you're on the radio longer than I am. And I don't mean it negatively, noise. It's just not quiet. There's music, there's talking, there's loudness. We live a life of sound. So when you come into your inner sanctum, that's what you don't want to hear is anything. So you're like me, we're all together. I think all of us are like that. We just need that drive home. Right? And then you get into your bedroom and nothing is playing. You're just there with your own thoughts, right? So I am that person at the end of the day. I do go into my inner sanctum. So there was one night, they had all gone out. I don't even know where they went. And at all time, come back 8 o'clock at night or something like that, they all come home at the same time. I can hear it because the dogs are barking. I can hear clanking. I can hear doors slamming. I can hear all of the activity out there. And then all of a sudden, like in twos, they came into my room, plopped up on top of my bed. I'm sitting in a lounge chair. They were all just sort of filing in various positions on my bed, one with their leg over the thing and the other one standing next to somebody in the aircraft or someone's on their phone, and they're just chatter. And I'm looking at the scene, I took a photo of it, because they all decided to come home at one time, and all at once it was important to tell me what they did in school that day. You know what I mean? That's what it sounded like to me. They all came home to tell me what they did, and they were all doing it all at once. Who gets mad at something like that? You know, they break my silence and my self-reflection by a bunch of grown adults with a whole grown life and a grandchild telling me all at once what was important to them that day. Go ahead. They laughed, they howled, and then we all went outside to get something to eat. So, you know, summer months with all that chaos and all of that, trust me, when they were kids, I was a screamer. Like, pick up and when am I going to end with this crap? And it was all like that. I'm like, hey, Sean, if you get a minute, you know, when you stop by, can you run this outside? Right. But I have zero complaints about that. And I tell you, the older you get, the less inclined you are to sweat the big things. It's not a big deal. The big stuff that I used to be upset about when they were 12, I have like zero control or care about it. I could care less. Go ahead and ruin the house, and I'm going to wake up on Saturday morning, we're going to play a Chicago album, and everybody will be mopping floors and doing all that stuff. So that's the best. I feel sorry for you because they're not at that age yet. Like being able to, the kids in your house, they're not at the age of, yeah. No, I'm good. I'm okay. We're not, no, Patti, we're not there. Nobody in a hurry for all of that. Yeah, that's true. I'm only as small as I can keep them small right now. It's a crazy world. I'm trying to keep them small. There's a lot safer when they're around me. It's like, don't grow up. Isn't that true? It's a wild world out there. You're not ready for it yet. You know, it's hard. It is difficult. There's a lot of extenuating forces facing these kids these days. Than when we were growing up, you know. The sort of things that we had to deal with, but these kids are dealing with a lot. and they're like back in the T-minus what, 14 days? They're going back to school, something like that? When are they going back to school? Oh, the 10th.
School starts next week, everyone. There's the traffic. Public and private. Let's enjoy it. So enjoy the last couple of weeks of, summer while you can. And I know a lot of parents are ready to have their peace and quiet in their house. Yeah. Maybe a little R&R. I'm not going to tell anyone you guys are having wine with your food. Boo-hoo, boo-boo. I'm not complaining. You're safe with me. Oh, yeah. You call up what you're doing. You know what I mean? 8 in the morning, be like, I hear a glass pouring. It's 8 o'clock.
What did I hear? Was that a pop? Was that a champagne pop that I just heard?
I'm ready for
That's so funny.
Parents flying on Route 1. They're ready to get home and pop that bar real quick.
If you got the drop-off duty, you got day drinking. If you're the pickup duty, you better get sober before 3 o'clock.
Your school is in such a bad God. Your kids are going to go get educated now. As long as they're out the house.
I wasn't thinking about the education. I was thinking about them leaving home.
Get them out of the house. I don't care where y'all go. Field trip, please. This whole week, do a field trip.
Do you notice like was there like a change in the behavior, not the behavior, but the maturity of the kids during the summertime and the past 6 weeks? Have you noticed that your family members, the younger ones, have actually like changed or developed into like a little more of an understanding than they were the year before?
Yeah, they can read the McDonald's menu now. So
I didn't want to go there.
They're like, I know it. I don't want chips anymore. You've always eaten chips. I mean, now we're going to, you ate some chips today. Now they can read the menu for you.
All those things you lied about. It's like they don't have French fries on this menu, and they didn't know how to read it. That's funny. That's a good one. Or they're not serving lunch right now. It's still breakfast, yeah.
They learned about like ATM cards. Like, let's just go to the money machine. That is not a money machine. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. It's not a money machine. You know, it's the ATM. You know what I'm saying? So they notice. They're like, okay, you need to get some money out the money machine. No, that's not how this works.
That is such a good point. I don't know where the money comes from.
They don't know where it comes from.
It's like they hand you their wallet like it's eternally money in that wallet.
That's what it is. Well, go to the money machine. I'm sorry. That's not how that works. Not a money machine for you. That's not how it works. All of a sudden, they're buying school supplies for the whole village. It's like, we can get it. No, we can't. No, we're not. What's on their list for back to school? No, we're not. Don't say that.
I have to get this from my friend because their mother won't buy it.
That's what they're at. Money machine. So I'm not really too happy about the money machine.
The malls, I feel sorry for you.
Yeah, the malls need to hide those. Hide the machine.
Do they know how to use it?
No, they don't, but they know what it is. So that's just a nightmare in itself. So I'm
Tom Stay was telling me one time, actually I saw a picture of it happening, and he explained the picture of him being somewhere Macy's or I can't remember where he was, but his little grandson had gone to his grandson. No, he was first, so it's his first grandchild, right? And it's Tom Shea. So if you know, you know Tom Shea. The kid takes his grandfather's card to pay for something in Macy's or Nordstrom or some fancy store, takes the card and runs it in the machine and knows the code and walks away with the purchase. I think he left the card in his pocket. I mean, if I was Tom Shane's grandchild, I'd be learning that pin code. I would know what the pin was before I knew the alphabet. That's what I'd be learning. I was like, it's only 4 numbers. What are they? And I'll hit the alphabet later, but I need that pin is what I need. Yeah.
I have a bunch of little preschoolers writing checks. They're like, I'm sorry, your address is wrong, so they can't do it. Okay, let's start there. That is not where you live.
It's also funny. Do they even know what checks are? Because
they don't. But they see them sliding around every now and then. Like, yeah, this is for the roof over your head. It's called a mortgage. Do you know what I'm saying? They don't know this.
This is the most important piece of paper that you'll never touch.
Yeah, it's got a mortgage. Learn that. They ain't teaching y'all that yet. We're going to withdraw y'all from school. We're pulling you out.
That's what they do. Forget about home economics where you teach them how to make bread. Home economics, like you have to teach them that it's not a money machine. The money just doesn't come out of that machine for free. They need to understand. They need to understand what happens when you go to the store and it's not on the list. tap, swipe your card.
Oh, yeah.
No.
They just and then tapping. Who was the mastermind behind making it easier for a kid? You're not even asking for ID. You got a 4-year-old who knows how to tap, and they're like, yeah, you want to buy that? Apple iPad?
Now I know why my mom wanted to see the receipt. Where's the receipt at? I'm asking for receipts now. I'm like, give me the receipt. How much did you spend? Oh, God. What's my balance? Where's the balance?
What's my balance?
What's my balance? How much did you spend? Transfer an X amount of dollars. Oh, I like that too when they learn that you can transfer money. Yeah, just put it in from that one to this one. Yeah, we're not.
Push the button that says you can Zelle it or PayPal it.
So you know how you can just take some out of Code 360 and put some in here.
Oh, yeah.
That kind of stuff. So now they're like, oh, this is a money machine. There's a lot of money machines.
We have lots of money.
Yeah,
we have tons of money. Look at all these machines.
It's like, no, you haven't seen my credit score. Their parents' credit scores are not the same. Let's just start there. We don't have the same credit score.
Oh, my God.
It's wild. It's pretty crazy. But you know what? They're growing, and I'm excited for them to go back to school. So this is going to be an exciting school year. Oh, yeah. I think the teachers are going to need as much Red Bull, coffee, whatever's going to keep you guys going, man.
You honestly, you would. No, I mean, the teachers, I forgot about them. They're the ones with the handoff people. It's like, take the kid. It's like you're picking up the kid from grandma's house, and they're like soiled diaper and chocolate all over their face, and then you're like, take the kid and clean them up. And the teacher's like, hey, this is what you brought me? This is what you brought me for this year? When I left them the last time, they weren't doing all this, and this is what you bring me back, a whole other kid?
Pretty cool. If you get Verna as a teacher, I'm sure you're going to have an exciting school year. So if Verna happens to be a teacher...
Well, you're lucky because she still likes elementary school.
You know what I mean? Well, she spent the majority of the summer decorating her classrooms.
She's got things, too.
There's no thing going the extra mile, you know what I mean? There's some that really push it to that limit, and it's like, we need more teachers like Verna. It's like Verna's just we need more. But, this is going to be, I think she said this is her last teacher retiring, so.
Yeah, I think, did she say what her last name? I don't know.
Maybe she's going to high school. Maybe she wants the big kids.
I think there is at one point, but she also just likes the small children. I think she likes the less stress of attitude and developmental issues like they have, and not issues. Development into that middle school year, that's a fight ready to happen. It just doesn't take much. You just got to say the wrong word, and then you get a kid all worked up.
The ones with the little missing front teeth can't say bathing suit, but do my baby suit. You're killing me. That front teeth.
I love that one. The whistle.
Catch it up.
Careful, because you're going to get those when you turn 90. Like that same whistle will show up.
Grandma says I can only eat ice cream because it's soft. You and your grandma. That's so true, though, bro. Grandma said it's soft. I can only eat soft food, so ice cream is soft. It's like, no, you grandma.
That's a good argument, though, man. How do you fight with that, bro?
Fight with that. It's like ice cream all day. Well, we're not doing that. There's other soft foods that you can have other than ice cream.
That's huge.
If I boil this broccoli long enough, it'll be just as
soft. Cream of fresh broccoli.
That's what I'm doing. Gross. Let me just steam it some more. It's getting there.
It's funny, bro. That is so funny. It's going to be a great school year. Every year you got to look at it as a great school year. Pump them up at the beginning.
And then you have to wear like your older siblings' uniform. It's like, God, you were big.
Yeah, little Timmy had some gravy on the front of it, and mom Clorox the living daylights out of it. And now you still got to wear it. It's not there anymore. Nobody can see it.
I tell you, man. Having to pass down him, man, the uniforms, that was never fun, man. It's like, God, you're so tall.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the waist fits, but then you got to add 2 inches to the bottom. There's nothing you can do about that. Alterations are ours, man. They get that spurt during the summertime where all of that, because we're in the McDonald's menu,
It's hard. It is very hard, especially when you got the tall kids. If your child is like one of those big guns, I mean, back to school is going to be expensive for you.
Yeah.
You're going to be like length of 50.
Oh, my God. We can't even add on to the size 30 waist.
You can't really.
It's like, is there a 30, 36?
I know. Yeah, we're not worried about the waist, Brian. We want to see how long it's going to go. Because he had my wild
Well, what do you do? There's no such thing as the 30-36.
That's all right, the tall kids, man. When you got the tall ones and you're trying to get a good uniform, I mean, you're going to be at balls for a couple of hours.
They're adding on material from somebody else's waist size. Right. The hem of your pants might look a lot like the waist of this guy's pants, but
uniforms. They're sewing 3 uniforms together trying to get
yeah.
Can I get another flag, please?
Oh, yeah. We need 2 more on this side for the hem.
I tell you, man.
You know, you can take up a hem, but you can't. There's only so far you can bring the hem down, right?
That is true. That is true.
That's the problem. How do you stop that lust?
And then your parents make you do that awkward walk. You're like, walk around it. So weird.
It is weird because everybody's now looking at you and judging everything that you're wearing.
Can you walk around? Can you bend down? They start making you feel.
Oh yeah, can you squat? Let's go squat and jump up and down while you're squatting. It's like, what is this?
What are we doing? Now it's like months. Buy it. It's the best thing now.
Or they tell you in about 10 days, can you lose an inch? Can you lose an inch off your waist because this one didn't fit perfectly? I'm so sorry. We do that. We do that because we don't want to spend the extra $80.
Will you grow into it?
Oh, yeah. That's my favorite. Little Timmy's wearing suspenders until the 8th grade. Because they fit into it one of these days. Like, remember Timmy, he had the suspenders every year? Because his pants kept falling down because his parents wanted to make sure he fit into it in 4 years.
Oh, you made absolute
I'm so sorry. You're right. From their perspective, they have to deal with all of this junk.
Can you bring it over? Can you do it? Can you
Plug and play. Plug and play. Let's see if your pants fall down.
It is. It's like, oh my God, Mom, just buy it.
Just buy it. I'll just put safety pins.
It is.
I'll put a belt. I'll just put a belt.
Yeah. That's what we're doing. Be like, Dad will fix it when we get home.
And that's why
Dad will fix it.
Oh no,
not Dad. Dad's gonna fix it.
Not Dad. Dad's taking out the measuring tape. Dad becomes the Lord Taylor is what he becomes.
It's like, oh, this is really embarrassing. Never mind, Dad. Don't do this. Don't fix my hair. Don't do nothing.
And then suddenly they see their kid's anatomy and how they built them, and they're like, yeah, I don't know where you got that long waist from. And then you're feeling guilty about your long waist. You're like, oh, you gave me this body. You wouldn't have noticed unless I had to buy school uniforms.
Oh, that is so true.
Poor kids. You're right. They need extra help. Forget the teachers. Forget the parents' separation issues. These kids got to deal.
Kids, they got uniforms and they're going to be wearing their hand-me-downs. And
yeah, we're all of them.
Be like, dude, there's like 2 different tones on that khaki. What?
Yeah. And you're all going to, like I said, you're all going to smell like Clorox because that one stain that your brother made in 3rd grade, now you got to wear. And the stain never came out, but Mom's insisting. Just put a piece of tape over it.
That's so real. They'll never know, you know what I mean? They put like spit in your hair, be like,
oh, that's my favorite.
That's so good.
Let me just use my saliva to clean your face right before you're going to go into the classroom while your kids are like, God, you smell like your mother's breath. Yeah, inspect your kids before you leave the house. Stand for inspections because they don't want you spit on their face getting out of the car. And they don't want you spit in their hair because that one loose piece of hair. And they don't want any of that stuff. Just do the inspection before you're putting your kids through too much stress. This is for me and Dice. We had to wear this stuff.
That's what we did.
Do the thick of stain at the tailors and they're telling you to do circles and spin, bend down, 2 calisthenics. What do you look like when you get into your chair at school? I want to see what that's going to fit like. I'm mad at myself because I think I did that. All right, can we go? Fine, we might as well. I'm not happy now. Let's listen to Paul and Steve this afternoon from 2 until 6. Catch Dice across the street. She's at Power 98, also from 2 to 6. You're going to want to take each of these shows and incorporate into your ride home. In the meantime, we're going to do our thing all over again tomorrow morning on Mornings with Patti. I'm Patti, 1001 KGUM FM and Daddy Go Guam. Have a good one, everybody, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
AP News, the U.S. is getting on some demands. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani reports.
Senior American officials say Washington wants Tehran to publicly state the Strait of Hormuz is open and ships crossing it will not be attacked. But Shortly before they spoke,
responsibility for maritime navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, including its reopening and all necessary demining operations, rests exclusively with Iran.
Iran's UN diplomat said Iran is willing to uphold its obligations under a tentative ceasefire deal if the U.S. does. The senior U.S.